All right, here I am once again. Third day in a row doing a Let's Chat. See who joins us today. Yesterday ended up going really well. I was on for about 2.5 hours, and then it was continued by Nechama, who kept it going. I think it was like ended up being about 5 hours straight of people chatting. That's pretty cool. We'll see who ends up joining today. Trying to pull up some new music that you guys can listen to. All right, let's try. Add music. Let's come from here. How about this? Seconds or so to upload. And that process of uploading my connection will get a little bit weirder. Doing things at once, I'll probably jump processing. My connection will get better shortly. All right, here we go. Let's. I'm not sure if that's too loud or too quiet. If you have a strong opinions, let me know what you think. Happy Friday, those two people that are watching. Looks like it might be a little bit loud.
What defines me? Well, alive, be the days I'm walking blindly at the timely age of 95. We need to take a fight, realize we might be fighting with ourselves within the lines that we've drawn inside these lives. We're living in a pipe dream. We need to get outside the boundaries and realize we got freedom at our fingertips. Get a grip into sight, see ourselves beyond the lines, more than fine, certified free. Feels like I'm running out of time. Every time I see these lies, oh, I fight to the bottom lies, I fight to the bottom lies. I say lately, feels like I'm running out of time. Every time I see these lies, oh, I fight to the bottom lies, I fight to the bottom lies. When the lion drew a line and the sand he crossed the line and said, all you understand to be actually is in a fight with what I am actually. Compassion seems out of mind. You never mind it going so cast and draw the line. And that's not as mine as me. This as far as I can see. But as far as I can see, my arm can reach so far to me. You ain't far enough. No matter the height, the bar is up. I can jump. I have come to fight and to find the lines of love. Feels like I'm running out of time. Every time I see these lies, oh, I fight to the bottom lines. I fight to the bottom lines. I say lately, feels like I'm running out of time. Every time
Hello.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good. So let me walk you through some things. So you need to put the invites into the chat so people
Oh.
can join you. So the invite is on the bottom thing. You hit invite, you get the link, and then you can send it wherever you want.
Okay. I put the link on the Discord.
Which Discord? Oh,
Bridges of Meaning Discord. And
for the StreamYard?
Yes.
Okay. That's not where most people would expect it.
Okay. Where would people expect it? Because that's where CW told me I should put it. So I'll yell at him.
If I remember correctly, CW meant you should put the YouTube link there.
Oh, that might be it.
So that people will know to watch it. The StreamYard link, most people expect it to be pinned to the top of the chat. Now, the problem with that is you put it into the chat here, it'll go into the comments on all the places you're broadcasting to. Let me add some places you. I recommend my Twitch as well, just because people do watch on there every once in a while. What was I gonna say? My brain will start working. Why do you have these this early in the morning? My brain doesn't work this early in the morning.
Well, one, I'm in a different time zone than you are.
Okay.
But also, it starts to get, it's like the afternoon, and I'm starting to run around picking up my kids from school. And
so you actually have a real life, and you don't get to sleep in like I do. I see.
And pretty much by real life, I mean kids.
Well, God didn't bless me with those, so
not yet.
So you have to go. I can give you access to my channel, but that was actually one of the things we kind of need to talk about is moving things over to. Wow, we have Brent.
I'm sorry. Good morning.
Morning. Can you turn the background music down a little bit?
Yeah. I don't even know how loud that comes out through. Or all the way down.
It's not bad, but I couldn't hear it. I can't think while it's going. I understand you're running some kind of foundation mystery thing that helps people do shit they never did before, especially when it comes to real life person events.
That's the goal, yes.
All right, I'm in charge of setting up camping for the Chino event, and I have no idea what I'm going to do with that. So I need your help from your foundation. Are you guys ready for that yet?
I think so.
Okay, so
what exactly is your role there, or what do you need assisting with?
I'm in charge of all camping related lodging for the Chino event, and I would figure out, guesstimate how many people want to do their lodging in the tent rather than the other possible arrangements, and then secure the location if that's possible, because the location is apparently like 3 miles from where the event's going to be.
Okay.
And so, like, for the people that want to come and camp and hang out with me in the tent, I need to guesstimate that number and then contact the place and secure the location at this point.
Okay.
And since, like, the people, I've not, advice and, like, anybody who's done that sort of thing you could connect me with before would be very helpful.
Oh, man. I would have to rack my brain in my network. I do know people that have been connected with certain like Christian festivals around the country that have done, like, I don't know if you're familiar with like Cornerstone Festival, things like that. These are these music, kind of like almost like a Woodstock type thing. That's big music venues where people camp out in the tents and listen to music all week long. So I can reach out to a couple of people that I know that have experience with that. Especially if any of them have experience and are in the Southern California area. Because I would assume there's some kind of permitting issues and things that have to be figured out there as well.
Well, there's a place called Prado, probably.
Prado, yeah, I was just looking at that.
Regional Park, but I don't like. I could call them and be like, "Hey, you guys got any openings in May?" And if they do, I wouldn't know how big of a space to do or to guesstimate how many people are going to come and that sort of thing.
Yeah, what I would think might be the best course of action. You can share your feedback, Jacob, is to try to just throw out a ballpark number. Let's say,
Yeah,
30.
Prado Conservation Camp is a prison.
So,
Prado Conservation is a prison.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so that's not going to work.
Regional Park.
Yeah, no. Yeah, but the camp is a rehabilitation center. Yeah, I just went to their websites. Yeah.
This is what Van Donk sent me. He said this place might work.
Yeah, because he Googled it just like I did, and Google has it as a camping site. And I went to their website, and it's because it's pretty close. But I've actually driven past that place, getting to the church. Yeah, that's not going to work.
Oh well, never mind then. I was fed poor information.
Well, that happens. But there is Chino Hills State Park. And yeah, I mean, this is California. So all the whatchamacallits are going to be online anyway. Reservations are going to be online. I'll try to look into it.
Yeah,
well, I'm trying to work with the new foundation, not ask people I already know.
Well, you don't know me.
That's what I'm saying. I'm asking the foundation or whatever, not Jacob. I know Jacob.
You're asking me. I'm just having my secretary handle it for me.
Okay, well that's fine. So what do you think though? Like I think like what they're capping the event at 300. I think maybe 40 people will probably opt for the next thing if we get it set up, right?
That's what I would be thinking.
It's going to be a ton cheaper than any other place staying.
So yeah, it'll be quite a bit cheaper. The weather, I mean, obviously in May is going to be decent weather, more likely.
It's Chino. I mean, it might be a little warm, but that's
anybody cares about the weather, they can do the hotel option. Like this camping is
I'm
for
more
the
saying like
hardcore
if you're in a
homeless.
more unfriendly environment, it might have some issues there. But I feel like in Southern California, you're probably not going to get a blizzard or something like that.
Well, maybe it'll rain frogs. You never know. It's that time of the species.
Chino, you might get Santa Ana's, but that's
it says this park is loaded with outdoor recreation and adventure offering fishing, camping, hiking, biking, and nature trails. So I don't see why you think it's not.
Which one? Prado Conservation Camp? Or?
Not why are you saying conservation? Here's the link I was sent, sir.
Send me the link you were
Maybe you'll find that more beneficial. It's in the private chat of the StreamYards, in case anybody wondered where I pasted it. I am not a hypothetical Satanist. And I'm not trying to join the foundation. I'm just taking advantage of them. That's you don't have
I've spent most of my life being taken advantage of, so I think I'm up for this test.
But yeah, I have no idea how to like guesstimate attendance, or I'm sure it's like May. it's probably already booked, and that's going to be the first problem. That's why I'm trying to get onto it right away.
No, Chino's not going to be booked.
No, I meant the camp. Like, people might reserve, like smart people are reserving camping spaces now. So I'm trying to be active about it. Yes, Luke, are you going to be in the tents? That's going to be our special campsite party time. 10 minutes in the tent with Luke.
Well, can somebody remind me of the date of the Chino event?
I have to secure the lodgings from at least Thursday through Saturday, I think. I think they might be on their own Sunday morning or whatever. And that's May 18th, 19th, and 20th.
Yeah. We'll see if my wife lets me go. The 18th is her birthday.
You take her for her birthday. Well, the 18th, the Thursday, that's for the paintball part.
Oh, okay.
And so the actual like talkie talk stuff is on the weekend. I think Friday's an unscheduled day. I'm not positive about that part of the event.
You wouldn't be interested in paintballing.
No, she probably wouldn't. See, the paintballs is the important part because, like, some people think airsoft would work, but the aim with the paintballs is going to come in really handy when they're hunting us with drones, because we can cover their sensors with the paint. Chad, I haven't hit up your tit yet, but I didn't think your tit had the organizational capacity to help me secure the campground. So I had to go to the foundation first. I hope you're not offended, Chad.
Oh, I have not heard any of the conversation. I've been chatting with other people all morning.
Well,
how's it going?
Good. Well, it's early. For 10 a.m., it's awful early.
Yeah, it is. So, what have you guys been talking about? So I'm assuming that you guys have wrestled with some of the questions that I've asked, right?
Yes, I have.
Have we answered them or no? Because I've not listened to any.
Chad, are you familiar with parachurch organizations?
So this is what we've been talking about. This is I'll just give you my understanding.
Yeah.
Okay. So my understanding is there's 501c3, correct?
Correct.
Right. There's that. And then there's a church. A church does have the 501c3, correct?
Mm-hmm.
But it has other protections.
Yes.
Right. That the 501c3 does not have.
Yes.
Right. Now, you want the protections, correct?
Correct.
So you want to build a church.
Well, there is a status in between church and just regular 501c3, and that's known as a parachurch organization. So It would be like, there's a bunch of them in Chicago. They're kind of like boys and girls clubs, but they're from a religious perspective, whether that be a Catholic organization or a Protestant organization. But within those, then they're allowed to do things like pray together, or read scriptures, things that may not always be tolerated within just a regular typical 501c3.
Right. But like the protections of publicly being able to keep your anonymity, it won't have that.
That's a good question. That's what some of the things that I'm currently looking into right now.
And that's what I'm talking. That was the assumption I had for the protections that you're actually looking for. That whoever makes contributions or donates to this organization will be able to remain anonymous. But as far as I know, the only way to do that is if you are an actual church.
No. Contributions. Okay, so contributions for a 501c3, the contributions themselves stay anonymous. Your board members have to be public, and you have to file a 990. But the 990 doesn't have to list who that's not a problem.
Yeah, but there's more like other religious protections, not just other people. I think I've seen the comments of other people saying the anonymity of like donors and whatnot. I don't think that that's necessarily my concern in terms of the donors. It's more in terms of some freedom to use religious language, freedom to express religious ideas, things like that. And in each state is going to have its own laws regarding some of these things. And so right now I'm in the process of trying to talk to a few different legal experts on this stuff to figure out what our best options are. I'm hoping to have that figured out within the next 3 to 4 days.
Right.
I mean, so when we were looking at this, we looked at a 501c4. I mean, I was looking and talking to some people. We were looking at a 501c4 as well, which is a community association. But really, I mean, this is a 501c3. It's like that was part of the conversation yesterday, Chad. Like, it's not like I went, oh, I want to meet this loophole. This is our organization is a meeting of people from different religious or.
Do you believe I'm being malicious in asking the question?
No, I don't believe you're being malicious, but I'm also not being dishonest.
Right, and so like my wrestling with this has been, I would like clarity, because like the thing that was really kind of bothering me was the statement of faith thing, and then like not being sure about what you guys mean about a religious entity, and then thinking like, well, just on a technical basis, I've already signed a membership at the church that I'm at. Mm-hmm. Now, like, let's say I want to be a member of this organization. Now I have to sign another statement of faith. Faith? No, just hang on.
Yeah.
Faith in what? And like, it's just like, it's confusing to me. So I was thinking, is it actually ethical to be a member of two different churches?
So the CRC does not allow members of the CRC to be members of, for example, the Freemasons. It's right. So if this is something that would conflict with Mo being a CRC pastor, he could get defrocked.
Right.
So we're not going to do that. That's not what this is going to be like. And yeah, I understand you have anxiety about what it's going to be like, but we haven't set it up yet.
Yeah. Right, because at the end of the day, like it doesn't bother me whatever you want to do. My role, I feel, is to ask questions that are not being asked. That's it. So I don't really care what you do with it. I'm probably not going to be a member because, like, I already have my role here. I have stuff I'm doing. I don't need money. I don't need to be shot up a ladder or anything like that. But what my role is, I'm here to ask questions that people aren't asking.
Let me just clarify one thing. The membership is not for people who are going to be helped. The membership is for people who are going to be mostly large donors.
Right.
So people who are contributing large amounts of resources, or at least some amount of resources, are going to be members so that they can vote for the board of directors. So there is accountability to them for the money that they're giving.
Okay.
So the membership is to be able to hold the board of directors accountable.
Yeah.
Or to have a say in that. And part of the thing of not being captured by somebody who comes in with money and was like, here, I'll give you whatever, is being like, this is why we exist. This is what we want to do. We're not going to take your money. We're not going to make you a member unless you agree with us on these certain things.
Right. So why does it have to be a statement of faith?
Well, first of all, if you want to be a 501c3, you have to have something like a statement of faith, and that term, statement of faith, is just the jargon that's used in the nonprofit sector. So when you're going to other places asking them to contribute resources or whatever, they're gonna ask you for your articles of incorporation. They're going to ask you for your bylaws. They're going to ask you for your statement of faith. They're going to
Mission
ask you for,
statement.
Depends what kind of organization you are, what kind of stuff you're doing, and so it's a matter of being clear in having. Okay, we're setting up all of those things that everybody else is going to expect from us to, for example, be listed or to be allowed to use their people's facilities, or be able to get nonprofit insurance. We're going to need insurance for all these events, and the insurance company is going to be asking us, okay, who are you? What are you doing? So I mean, there's a lot going into this, Chad, and part of my frustration is we haven't done anything yet, and people are losing their minds.
Well, I think it's fair to say. I think it's fair that people would lose their minds.
I don't think so.
Here's the deal. Part of this the onus is on you guys, partly because I understand you want to be transparent. However, in doing so and being as kind of floppy as you are, you've opened the arena for me to be the annoying gnat who's going to ask the annoying questions, and thus it might raise the awareness or the neurotic senses of people like myself who are interested in something like you be precise in your speech.
Well, I can speak to that a bit more, because to a certain degree, I'm the one that's kind of opened this up for that as potential opportunity, and I'm actually really okay with it. For me, I like having other sets of eyes grilling me, so to speak. It's one of those things where I have this relationship with my wife, where my wife consistently points out all my flaws. It annoys me to no end sometimes, but it's one of the things I value most about her, is because I am a better person because of it. And so I actually really appreciate the angles that coming at me from you, Chad. I appreciate that. It allows me to think in a different way. I don't think necessarily that it's changed the direction of where I'm going, but it has helped me in how I articulate the direction that I'm going.
Right. So
some people.
So like let's talk about some more language games. So you brought up a marriage. Let's say if you wanted to have a couples organization, okay, a couples marriage organization. Now, in order to be a part of this organization, each of you have to sign marriage vows. So you see now I have marriage vows with my wife, but now I have to have marriage vows with this organization. You see how that's a problem, like in the cognitive dissonance of my neurotic mind when you bring up statements of faith, and when it's not clear, of course it's going to raise people's.
I think it
especially given
I just think I have answers to those questions.
Right, especially given the track record of people's concern with, and Jacob, I love you, man, but like that you in itself has brought people going crazy. So that in itself has happened. So it can't all just be like on me that people are going nuts, whether they are or aren't. There might just be hyper on that, but the fact is, like, so you plus my questions plus the uncertainty of the language is of course going to cause probably more drama than answers. And so I don't know.
Here's a question from Phlebas, Chad, that I'm actually curious as to what you think of this. You're already part of AA and a church and a construction union. Did you have, and a marriage? How does that work out in your brain in terms of having commitments, vows, so to speak, statements of
Yeah.
faith. One.
Well, so in my union, and actually in saying this, I would actually be kind of going against this. But one of the things would be I'm not allowed to talk about the things that happen in the business portion of the trade in my union. So that's one thing. So I've already broken that by saying that. And as far as AA goes, AA says you're a member if you say you are. Period.
So it seems like is that you
And
have
they
a
have-
clear
and they have-
understanding of where those boundaries are.
And AA's AA's official stance is we have no opinion on outside issues. Our only aim is to be useful to alcoholics who are still suffering. Period. 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 We don't
There's
care.
no conflict between AA and your church or your marriage.
Between AA and my church and my marriage, no, there is.
Because you know that.
However, there might be a church. There was a church that I was at where there was a conflict with AA. Right, and so therefore I could not be a member of that church, and I would not be either.
And so,
though I think
you're trying to figure out if there's going to be that conflict here.
Right. And I'm wondering where does the line of honesty, would it be honest? Which organization would I potentially be lying to? Would it be my church or this TLC church?
Well, hopefully you don't have to lie to anybody. Yeah. I mean,
that is the hope.
Yeah. And we'll find out. I mean, like I said, in a couple of days, my hope is to have a lot of these aspects ironed out within the next few days. There's like I said, a few of my legal friends that I'm touching base with actually this weekend to iron out some details. I think, and then we're hoping to have the organization officially launched in a couple of weeks. And then at that time, we can be a lot more clear about where the lines are. And then you can decide, hey, this is all bullshit, or hey, this is actually something that I think I can be a part of.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Great. I'm glad we cleared it up, I guess. I'm still unclear as to the difference between a parachurch and a church and a 50 whatever. So
yeah,
just based on the guy that I was based on the dude I'm talking, because that's really what the language I'm getting down to is the legal end of it. So otherwise, you guys can always join my organization, the Legal Tit.
What's your mission statement?
I don't have one. That's our mission statement.
That's your mission statement.
I hope you don't mind noises, but I want to clear some things up. I want to make it perfectly clear that what I invite Chad and Luke and other people to be involved and criticize and ask questions and give their views, because they are willing to do so. And there are a lot more people who are not willing to actually ask these questions, voice their concerns, etc. And we need people like that. It's incredibly important. And, I just want to be perfectly clear that I appreciate not only that it's necessary to listen to Chad and Luke and everybody else, but that they have the willingness to actually deal with someone as crazy as me and talk about this stuff and
takes one to know one,
out there.
Bitch.
That this is true. This is definitely true.
No, AA does not have a statement of faith.
Well, part of but
they do not.
Yeah, they don't, and they do. This is part of what I don't like about the Protestant, and it was kind of funny to me when you said, why does somebody who detests Protestants want to create a Protestant organization? It's like, yeah, you really think I detest Protestants, Chad?
I'm
but-
only listening to the words you say.
Yeah, I was about to make a video on burning down Luther's church, and I might just do that because it seems like it's necessary. I am using his words. If it bothers you that I am using his exact words, then maybe Lutherans need to think about what it means for them to have Luther as this saint of theirs when he wrote a whole book talking about how synagogues need to be burnt down. But
Hey,
Yeah, I
I'm
think
not
you need to
really
make that video
excited.
'cause-
I'm not really excited about Luther, to be honest. Yeah, I've just listened
Thank
to whole
God.
history on him. The guy, but like this has not to do with that. It has to do with my
I don't even
intuition
dislike
that Jacob
Protestantism. I have
just-
to say that. Yeah.
just it has to do with my intuition that Jacob is a very intelligent person who has the capacity to be better than he is acting. That's my whole point. Like,
I
and
get
so
this
when you
all the time. I'm sorry. I'm not better than I am. I'm sorry. I'm just not.
You are not, but could you be?
What does that even mean? I am what I am. I'm sorry. It's Popeye. Like,
I do think this is a good question, mainly because it kind of goes to one of the misunderstandings here that Lost Cause puts. Wouldn't the TLC organization be more effective without legal organization? Well, the TLC is going to be an organization that is not legally organized. That's just the
Right.
nature of it. This will be one legal organization,
it'll be
that
a legal tit.
like a legal tit, I guess, or another appendage, maybe a thumb.
Yeah. But yeah. So
yeah, and as far as it's like there's a reason why I couldn't be Mo. I knew that, and it's obvious, and it's always been the case that I can't be Mo. Well, that's why I had to find somebody like Mo who is actually like an adult. And so here he is. But people are still insisting that this is about me, and it's like, no, now it's all Mo's problem. So, yeah.
This question could help the Bridges and Meaning anthology get copyrighted. Is that have to do with that book that I jumped in on the meeting with last week?
probably.
I'm not sure. There are several different. Several different.
I did finally get a response from one of the
Yeah.
publishers I reached out to that I know. And so I'm just starting a little bit of a back and forth there because he brought some information that I have some follow-up questions with. So I probably could. I'm working on some of that with pathways.
And I have to say, in terms of copyright, a lot of people think you have to like do something legally in order to get copyright, and retaining your copyright is incredibly easy. All you have to do is not give it away, and that includes not constructively giving it away, which means that you don't like let other people just use it all over the place.
Yeah, what these people want is more publishing and distribution.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the one that Valerie's doing is different than the one that Mo was talking with. There are many projects in this little corner that need some of us pooling our resources together. Like this is what's obvious to me. There's a lot of us that are doing a lot of different things, and we need to start pooling our resources and controlling traffic a little bit, and like it, not even I hate using the word control because my dog is hungry, and I will be back later.
All right, go feed the dog. So Lance saying, so you're expecting to be a 990 filing organization and not seeking to be categorized like Church for Filing Numbers. As of right now, yes. That is what I'm pretty confident I'm going with. I'll know more after this weekend Although I hear Lance might be a good resource to talk to as well if Lance is ever up for it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I saw your video, the one that you came out with, either last night or this morning. How quickly are you able to edit stuff like that?
As quick as I can screen capture it, and then basically just go through and just edit as I go. It's a pretty easy program to use. It's all on my phone. It's just
What program do you use?
every video. I use an iPhone, and I use a program or an app called InShot, and every video I've ever made has been on there, and it's just
okay.
It's real simple. If you've ever worked with maybe Pro Tools or anything like that, it's similar but a lot simpler. Okay. It's not. There's no grid. You only have basically. You have like a primary feed. So like I take a video that I screen captured, and I drop it in the program, and then I can put up to 4 layers of more videos on top, up to that many. Okay. And then yep. So that's basically the parameters that I do everything in, and then there's also like you can put GIFs in there and maybe stickers. You can make stickers on there, so you can import different stuff and speed things up, slow them down. You could put you could put different kinds of available filters. I've never paid for the app. If I paid for the app, I might get more actually. Yeah. But look at Lance. This is the guy.
Hey guys. No, I just want to pop in, and I think that I've had conversations, but what you just shared right now, Mo, right? Yeah. And so Chad, if you can hear this. So I am an attorney. So and it helped a lot and I was a house church planter, Mo, so if you can understand. Oh, nice. So being the attorney and a house church planter, I spent a lot of time with people coming to me, and I set up a lot of free organizations like this, right? Yeah. And and I'm sorry Jacob dropped, because he's made those comments very clearly multiple times of wanting a confessing church, right? Mm-hmm. And the confusion that I had, and I think you've clarified it here, and I want people to kind of hear this from you publicly, is because that's a different thing, because you don't have to file annual reports, right? You don't have to file the 990s and all those other sorts of things that come with, because that's a very small subset. A real church, and we know what a church is. Mm-hmm. You know what it looks like, right? Whether it be a mosque or a Sikh temple or a Christian, like we all know what that is. You have pastors, you have church, you have all those things. Like we know what a church is. And you don't actually have to file a 501c3 with that, although it's the best thing to do, because you are that. And then you get all sorts of things. What I hear you talking, and it's nice to not have to file the Form 990s and everything else, like there's advantage to this. But what I hear you talking about is there are a lot, like Samaritan's Purse, for example, is a 501c3, they have it, everything else. But they file their Form 990s because they're not wanting to be treated as a church. Like that's that different thing, which requires being a real church, right? And so I hear what you're talking about when you said parachurch. I'm like, okay, now I'm coming with you. You're not trying to get up into this Catholic church status, right? But hang out down here below, because there's lots of different types of 501c3s. There's lots of different movements, earth movements, whatever. There's lots of reasons to do these things. So anyway, for me, that was helpful to see, okay, no, we're not trying to go for full church status here, guys, but we want to hang out down here with the rest of the not-for-profits. And like Samaritan's Purse, like if you'll go look, like they're very clear what their mission is. It's a Christian mission. They state that it's Christian mission, but they take money from across the globe. They distribute that money across the globe, right? And all those other sorts of things. So I think what you just shared here was very helpful, Mo.
Thank you very much. Man, there's somebody trying to join, but I can't quite get them on here. Oh, there he is.
There he is.
Let him stop on. Nice. I'm back. Hey, Graham.
And I would also recognize, Mo, one of the things, and I shared this publicly, I do have empathy for you because you've jumped into a river midstream where people have 2 years of love and passion and have a sense of what this thing is and so on and so forth. And you're trying to jump in midstream into this. And that would be a very difficult place to be.
So far it's been difficult, I would say, sure, but not in a way that's been unpleasant, if that makes sense. I like the challenge, and to a certain degree, I haven't been super in depth in this stream, but for the past couple years, I've been dipping in my toes every now and then. So I have a bit of familiarity. I actually care for a lot of what's going on as well and value it. Maybe not to the same degree because I haven't been as vested. But yeah, I do want to be careful with those things. I don't want to be creating the wrong kinds of waves.
So here, I just wanted to pop in. I've got to work. I've actually got to work today. I've got to pop into a work meeting.
Boo.
But I just
Doubt it.
I've got
Thanks,
14
Lance.
minutes and I got to get out of here. But I want to listen to Sam.
What are we talking about?
We're talking about the organization.
I'm
What
trying to get the
organization?
organization's help, but they're busy arguing about the organization. So I'm.
Well, I mean, we've already said that we're going to look into all this stuff for you. I have my secretary on it, Grit.
Grizz is ready for the grift. Come on, guys, get this thing started.
No, I gotta reserve a campground, and
He wants to suckle the teat.
what happens at the campground is not for streaming. We don't talk about it. But
Lance was there at the campground last time.
I was, and so was Jacob.
Yeah.
But so like there's 4 campsites that apparently hold 30 people. I don't know where the heck I would get the money to reserve them though. So that's that's the first issue. And then I assume that the people that do show up, I would charge them like whatever a portion of what that turned out to be. But like I said, I've never done any of this before, so
what we can do, Grim, is look into those different campgrounds, figure out what the price would be for the reservation, and then try to fundraise around that. Reach out to some people, say, hey, is anybody willing to put up some of the money to make this thing happen?
They're right here. They only seem to have one for the RV people, so like, and people who own RVs can probably reserve it themselves.
Where are we talking about? Where is this?
This Prado region, it's 3 miles from the event, so it's a good location.
Oh, in California, I see.
Yeah. There's. Did that hit that? There's Adler,
Yeah, 'cause I was
Ash,
looking
Mulberry.
At
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different options. And then let's say we want this one. Oh. Well, we're doing May, so that's fine. Dun, 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 dun. See, these are the things, and
I was looking at Airbnb.
you're not going to camp with us? Okay. I'm hurt.
Well, I mean, if you
but-
get this, that'd be really helpful. I mean, if you get this set up, let's do it. Because I was looking at Airbnb, and it's a lot cheaper than the hotels.
Mm.
And this is cheaper still.
Oh,
Who else is going to
And
the event
I got to tell you,
next month?
so this just happened. I just got a text message a couple days ago from a friend in Estuary. Random. He's like, I got you on a flight if you're ready to go. I'm like, what? He's like, yeah. I'm like, dude, that's awesome. I didn't even have to suckle a teat for that. It just fell from the sky.
so you're going to be there. That's good.
I just found
Yeah,
out my
man.
in-laws
I
live not far from Chino.
So you should, yeah.
I got free housing.
So you get to take your wife to visit
It's her
her
sister.
family
Yeah,
for
it's her
her
sister.
birthday, right?
She would love to go see her sister around that time.
Oh, see, when you do the right thing, whatever power your statement of faith is pointed at, kind of backs you up sometimes. I think.
Is it God or is it odd? I think both.
Dum, bum.
Odd God, odd.
Sleep on the pavement.
I hate you guys. I'm gonna go. I'm leaving.
All right, love you, Chad.
So, well, I'm glad we got this all figured out. I'm never signing your statement of faith, by the way. It's so weird.
We'll see about
but
that.
I'm glad we're not actually we're
I
not
can be
starting
quite
a new religion, so
persuasive,
that's helpful. Yeah. Have we met?
I might make you an offer you can't refuse.
Okay.
Moises and Chad, you guys might have met, right? You guys were both at the Chicago event.
We've
You
met.
guys met. Yeah.
We've met.
Yeah.
Were you guys at the both?
I
at
might seem
Maggiano's that
naive,
night for
but
dinner?
I was briefly.
Yeah,
at
but I was
Maggiano's.
talking with
Glad you
Hank the
heard
whole time.
Yeah, well, that happens.
My wife and I
Yes.
talked. My wife and I talked with Hank for like the whole time. It was great.
Oh yes, I do remember that table that day. I was only there for like 15 minutes because I had to go.
I was with Vanderclay, Jacob, and my dad and Vanderclay were arguing about eschatology. So it was, and speaking in tongues. It was fabulous.
Wow, yeah, that would be.
And then
I can only imagine how that was on your inside. It's like my real dad and my internet dad are fighting. It's beautiful.
It's great, and I'm just eating some nice Italian food and drinking it all in. Yeah, it was what
yeah,
more
and
could
then
you want
Sam
from an evening?
comes up to me.
It looks like
Sam
Paul's trying
walks
to join in.
up to me and he comes near my ear and he says, you know you married up, right? And I'm like, yeah. Oh, look at this guy. Son of a-
Chad did marry up. True fact. I think Luke married up. I think Chad married up. Moises actually might have done the most uppity marriage that I've ever seen. If you meet Moises' wife, you'll be like, A, what were you thinking? B, excellent job, Moises.
If I could persuade my wife to marry me, I think I can persuade Chad to sign a statement of faith.
This, I won't talk too much about Moises' wife, but like, this tall, beautiful, blonde Dutch Canadian lady, he done good. He done good. And then he moved into the hood.
When you define those three words for me in perfect definition, then I'll consider your having me sign.
Okay.
What are the words that you're concerned about, Chad?
Statement of faith.
Yeah, those are difficult words. Yes.
Well, what is a statement of faith? Define it.
You know that part in the Bible where Jesus tells that one dude, like, you're going to deny me 3 times before the cock crows? That was him denying Jesus was not making a statement of faith or making a statement of unfaith, depending on how you want to do it. So that is how I base what a statement of faith is. That's
right.
Me. So, I got to point out, though, that not only do we have
many
Pastor
statements
Paul
of
here,
faith,
but this is the Pastor Paul VVK version where he's like behind a painting and on a couch, and that's always exciting.
I just got some Rasputin vibes there.
The JVV COVID couch.
So
that's
Vanderclay, are you going to be a member of the Legal Tit? Other than these clowns, you can join mine.
I loved your video, Chad. I just posted it to CRC Voices. So.
Oh wow!
And
moving
Twitter.
up.
I saw it on Twitter. I retweeted it.
the legal tit. It was genius. I don't know. I'll have to read the statement of faith too. I've already member of one confessional church, as is Mo. So my bulletin secretary for years was official member of 3 churches. So I suppose it can be done. So no, Chad, your videos were very good, and your compilation video about the confessional church also really helpful because you can't catch everything in this little corner. So you guys are doing a great job.
If you click on the top left of the people down at the bottom, Mo, you can pick you can put them where you're at right now.
Oh. Let's see, who do I want to put there right now? Although I only have the option of 4 people. What if I want to put Sam there?
Well, why has Sam been replaced by Randos United?
Put
They
your
won't let me
like
pick
on
him.
the bottom. Put your mouse over him, and then in the top left of that should be
Oh,
little-
okay.
All the world's a tutorial in
There you
StreamYard.
go.
There's the solo layout. There he is.
Hey, Sam.
Looking
Hey,
good
everybody.
today, Sam.
This is my show now, I guess.
Let's go back to now we're all equal. again.
I'm starting to feel better about this organization now. I was worried that it was just going to turn into a circle of people who constantly argued what they were circling up about without any real clear purpose. But I'm starting to feel like I can see some purposes that it might serve and accomplish.
Well, that's
Yeah,
why
like
I thought it. Go ahead, Lance.
No, and that's why I popped in, because Chad's video was kind of that. And I know Jacob's pounding the table for a confessional church, but when you clarified this morning that you're not going for that church status, because I know what that difference is, because there's concerns. You got to be a real church if you're going to try and go for that status. I was a former IRS agent, and they don't care what you say you are. They look at what you actually are. So now that I see where you're really trying to live, to me, and that's why I popped on. I just want to say it publicly. Like that gave me, I may not join, but it makes me feel more comfortable.
Well, if the lawyer feels comfortable, that says a lot.
Mm-hmm.
He said he was a former IRS agent. Didn't say he was a lawyer.
He did.
I'm both.
Oh,
both.
okay.
Yeah.
Because in my experience, when I talk to accountants and lawyers about what they have in common, it's always a very interesting experience, because in many cases, lawyers sort of push the limit of what can be done, and accountants usually stay in the safe space, but not always.
Yeah, it was, so I worked both those fields. But when I came home from college and I told my mom that I wanted to be a CPA, I was going to be an accountant. And she's like, "You're not an accountant." I should have listened to my mom, because I used to say I was good at boring things. And so I could do it, but I hated it. So that's why I was only an accountant for about 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, we have a few lawyers. We had a few people with, well, I guess Jacob was just shy of his law degree of graduating. So I learned that at the John Van Donk estuary. That John Van Donk estuary was really cool. We had Jacob and Richard in, but apart from that, and a couple of John's friends who don't really watch me much. Most of the people there had no idea who I was, and really, really good estuary meeting in terms of super diverse group of guys. Fascinating. So it's good. How's the Chicago group going?
Last meetup, we had 3 new people, which was good. Like, I think I've said this before, but we're currently advertising as a Jordan Peterson Discuss the Exodus series meetup, right? When you go on meetup.com, that's what is specifically being broadcast.
Okay.
And so I think that the Jordan Peterson name is still doing a little bit of the work.
Yeah.
And that meetup.com is still our basically only avenue of advertising. And but it's going well. We have a really committed core group of people who will be there over 90% of the time. And so it would be very rare that we would have fewer than 8 or 9 people because of that. But it was starting to get a little bit like insidery. We hadn't had a new person for like 5-6 meetings or something like that. But we had some good new people last time. We almost even did the full estuary protocol, except we kind of already knew that we were going to be talking about the Exodus series. So we didn't have to really go around and decide on a topic that way. But we did intros and stuff like that. So I feel like Chicago's going really well. And we also have a kind of a newish tradition of going to the bar across the street afterwards.
After
And
parties. What I bring to the table.
the after party is at least as fun. Yeah. So,
Yeah.
and my
Good.
wife sometimes even lets me do that. So that's been nice.
Good.
I'm still planning the Chicago summer event. I just need some dates from Paul.
Yeah, so my son is my youngest son is now graduating college this summer, so I should get back to you with possible dates. Because my son is graduating, I don't think I'm doing Synod. But Chicago's an easy trip because I can easy get, direct flight to Chicago. So that's what's beautiful about Chicago.
That's what's beautiful about Chicago. The most well-connected city on planet Earth, perhaps.
It could be.
In more ways than one.
How are you doing, Grim?
I'm stressed out. There's
How
only
come?
2 campsites available to reserve already. So this event in Chino,
Yes.
when's the final thing? So I know, is it Sunday is the last day?
So Paintball for Jesus is Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
The conference begins Friday morning, not Friday evening. Okay. So the conference itself will be 2 full days. Paintball for Jesus at the front end, and Sunday, like in Thunder Bay, is sort of a flex day. Good chance that I'll be preaching at John's church that morning. We are trying to work on a field trip show and tell thing for Peugeot, but contrary to what I hear from Ortho Bros, this Orthodox clan, not terribly well coordinated, don't always get along, lots of their own little petty feuds and fights. So
there's kind of a war going on between 2 of their countries.
Yeah. So we're having a little bit of difficulty in doing what we want. So we can't announce anything on that. And we haven't quite figured out what we're going to do with John Vervaeke that day. So at this point, the Sunday is probably a service at Cross Point where I'm preaching, and then we still have to figure out what to do with Jonathan and John that day. But that's like Thunder Bay. That's kind of a free after thing. You don't have to buy a conference ticket to go to church. All
right, but as a person responsible for the camping portion, if I pull it off, I should probably include Sunday night so they can attend Sunday and then leave Monday. Yeah.
Yeah, you could do that. I don't know how late it will go on Sunday. We suspect a lot of people on Sunday will at some point try to get back home for work the next day. Peugeot left. Peugeot wasn't there Sunday and Thunder Bay. He did his thing in the morning and left right after because he had to go to Israel to meet up with Jordan.
Go water skiing or ski doing?
Yeah.
They were walking on water in Israel.
Oh, right.
So Sunday's sort of a flex day. But one of the things that was true in Thunder Bay too is there's usually an after party. There are people who linger because of travel arrangements and such, and then you get these fringe encounters where you can have a lot of the main thing about these conferences, and we're trying to build this into the flow of the conference itself as John and I plan it, is that you get to hear the speaker, but you get to hear us on YouTube all the time. The main thing is meeting each other and building those relationships and having fringe encounters in that way, and maybe something beyond it. So,
well, one of my earliest clip videos was that Tyler guy talking to John, and they're talking about the digital campfire. And so the notion of the campfire, after party of these events, us gathering around an actual fire, playing guitar and singing and stuff, is pretty great.
Yeah.
So I'm trying real hard to do this. When you talk about it, can you point people interested in a camping lodging option toward me? I think I got I think what's going to end up, if I manage it, there's only 2 sites left to rent or reserve. So it'll probably be up to 30 people. I'll probably only be able to do 1 and up to 30. And I got to see if Mo will help me fund it. But
yeah, once you find a price on it, let me know. And
I'll be right back.
Are you going to California, Moises?
I'm thinking initially I didn't think I could, but the proximity, my wife's sister lives about an hour away, and so that might be a fairly easy sell for my wife. Is, hey, let's go see your sister in California. It's her birthday on the 18th, so I actually last year I sent her to California that week anyway, just on her own for her birthday to spend time with her sister. So yeah, I'm thinking I will probably go.
So you're going to give your wife a ticket for paintball for Jesus for her birthday? Here, honey, just what you wanted.
Yeah, she'll probably do something with that ticket. She won't redeem it.
But you know, the camping angle is a really good one at the German festival, a lot of the guys camped right there on the property, and the weather was really wet, so it had sort of a Woodstock vibe. But I think the guys who camped really enjoyed it. At Thunder Bay, boy, I'll tell you, you know that Father Eric is a hardy soul when he trudges north of Dakota to camp. And of course, they also got rained out, and so some wonderful Catholic people put the very soaked father up in their home for the remainder of the conference. But the beauty of Southern California is it's Southern California, and the weather should be lovely, and camping should be really nice. And camping is a much more affordable option. We're really with putting together these events where, as you guys know full well with the Chicago events, we're really struggling with thinking about pricing. Because on one hand, we want to have enough of a financial footing that we can reliably attract the speakers we want, but we also don't want to price people out of things. And when you consider travel, lodging, for anybody who's traveling, it can get expensive fast. So Bendonk actually, or I'll let, there are early discount tickets that will be available very soon. John put.
Isn't this like in a couple months? When is it? Is it March or May or
May?
Yeah. So
we got to get after this. So John,
what are the dates in May?
18 is paintball. Let me make sure I got this right here.
Yeah, I'll be on family vacation in Wisconsin, but
okay, 18 is paintball. That's Ascension Day. 19 and 20 are the conference proper, and 21 will be the Sunday leftovers. So
sounds cool.
But the camping, I think, is one of the best ways to do it. And I think if I didn't have to speak, I would probably camp, just because it's just way more fun.
Thank you.
Are you waving?
I have it. I don't know how I'm gonna come up with it, and we have to do it before somebody else does. But it's $520 to reserve it.
$520 to reserve it
for those nights.
All
and
right.
that will be people leave on Monday and can start arriving on Wednesday, because that way I figured if I was somebody that was coming, I'd want to get my camp set up on Wednesday and then leave in the morning and go to paintball. So there's the price tag for the foundation. I need y'all's help. I guess that's me doing that for today.
We have a mission. The foundation has a mission.
Yeah, we have a mission.
We've got the legal tit and someone ready to latch on.
The down
I should have
payment
that
on
figured out for you by the end of the day.
Cool. That's yeah. So there's up to 30 people, and I put in for 4 pets so they can fight over who brings their dog or not. I figure some people might want to.
Dog.
Jacob's not gonna camp. He's gonna get a nice plushy 5-star room somewhere.
Well, I mean, he lives almost drivable.
He can drive. If you know this in Chicago too, I'm sure. But if you live in LA, Chino is so far. If you live in Chino, you drive to LA all the time. You know, it's same thing New York and New Jersey. If you live in New York, New Jersey is so far. If you live in New Jersey, you go to New York all the time. So
Depends on the direction of the flow, yeah?
yeah.
Harder to swim upstream, ask the anadromist.
So no, I think and so we were talking with John, and of course Jacob always stirs the pot, and so John Jacob's here now. So Jacob told John that he should have some, very high priced tickets to basically so that some people who want to, and there are people who will want to basically, give scholarships or free tickets to people who want to go and can't afford it. So I encourage John to really look into that, but all of that is sort of slowing down the rollout of the available tickets. But John has put out to the LSNET leaders the link to get early discount ticket buying. So if you have Ndonk's email address, you can always email him and he'll probably shoot you the link.
Well, so I guess the announcement is there's going to be a camping thing if the foundation hooks me up with the reservation money before anybody else reserves the last of the 2 spots available at Prado Regional Park. The one I'm trying to reserve has a water view. The other one that's available doesn't. So it's a matter of getting the reservation in time. But
How much is it?
$520.
What water are you guys looking at?
The one in the park. There's 5 of the group campsites are on the lake, and the other 3 are on the other side of the road, facing away from it.
I can spot the 520, and then people will pay me back.
There you go. Problem solved.
Well, I guess we'll deal with that off stream. Thanks, everybody. Please come camp with me. You could camp with Grimgris. So that will be wild.
I doubt his wife will be camping. His wife will be.
Yeah, she'll stay with her sister, but she'll probably be okay with sending me out into the wilderness.
You go camp, Mo. You go camp with all your strange friends. I know. I've heard that line plenty.
How many people will the camp?
30. Up to 30 people are going to be able to do the camping. And if the money flew in, we could try and reserve the last 2. But the RV people are going to have to do it on their own. This is just for the.
Well, RV. I mean, this is Chino. Like half the population lives in RVs. So.
Well, I'm just saying, people coming in that want to use their RVs. There's RVs in the camp area that you could reserve, but I'm not going to try and do that. It's too much for me. So.
Well, I'm glad we could do that for you.
All right, we'll talk about it off stream. Thanks, guys.
You should talk to Vendonk. There might be a dairy or 2 left in the church that would give some space. I don't know. It's possible. But that church was a dairy church, but the dairies are all disappearing. Although the Southern California dairies are not like upstate New York dairies.
Why would you have a dairy farm in Southern California? That seems like a terrible location.
They all used to. So all the Hollanders that went to Southern California for dairy, they were in Chino, or they were in Bellflower first, and then the city grew out and they sold all their dairies. Then they moved out to Chino, and the city kept growing out and they sold all their dairies. That's how the Christian Reformed Church got so much money.
You would have dairies in Southern California so people in Los Angeles can drink milk. That's why.
I suppose so. Before you could easily transport milk from Wisconsin to a Los Angeles grocery store without it going bad.
So then the Southern California dairymen all moved to Visalia, who has all the money now.
Happy
the
cow.
CRC milk. The CRC has always had a deep relationship with udders.
And teats. Yeah.
And teats.
Yeah.
All right, thanks, guys. Hit me up private, Jacob Mo.
Will do.
All right.
So I crossed a milestone today. I decided to monetize my video. I had previously been unmonetized, even though I've been eligible for a while.
Yeah.
just out of principle or something. But I'm like, hey, YouTube is monetizing my videos whether I want them to or not.
Yep.
And so I'm like, I made a video about Athanasius with Hank this morning. And so I'm like, if I'm going to grift off of anybody, I'm going to grift off of Athanasius. So
You could donate the money you get from that to the foundation.
to the Unitarian Christian Alliance.
You know what
I'll take
I was-
all of my money from the Athanasius video and give it to the Unitarians.
You know what I was thinking when I was walking happy is if you do join Mo's church, you can file a gravamen about the Trinity.
Apparently, we can do gravamen for just about anything.
So that opens up all sorts of doors, right? Because the gravamen is, I have a personal objection to this thing, but I'm not going to teach on it or something, right? Or I'm not going
Two
to
kinds
make
of gravamen. There's a confessional. There's basically a confessional revision gravamen, where you can basically go all the way up to synod and say we need to revise the confessions. That's the one Jacob's thinking about.
Oh, you want me to bring the Trinity all the way to Grand Rapids? They have enough problems.
Hold on, I have done research on gravamen, and the main criterion seems to be has this been an issue historically for the church in which there has been lots of controversy?
There's never been any controversy over the Trinity.
Never.
Fake news.
Actually, at the end of my video today, I think early Athanasius would qualify as a Unitarian, which is the hilarious, funny thing.
I'm telling you, before I die, Calvin University is going to be called Servetus University.
Only if it goes out of business and you decide to buy it just to change the name out of spite, Jacob.
Which is a plausible course of history.
I think it's more likely to become Breonna Taylor University before Servetus University.
Or could we name it John Wayne University? I'd rather name it John Wayne University.
Who's Breonna Taylor?
It doesn't matter. But apparently Grand Rapids named a street Breonna Taylor Avenue, I think.
Who is Breonna Taylor?
She was an African-American woman that was killed by police years ago.
In Kentucky?
And, has no real connection to Grand Rapids, but...
Michael Servetus was killed by the police.
But who's European? Who cares about the Europeans? Although he was Spanish, right?
He was Spanish.
I got to rile up the Latino community about this one.
That's right.
Yeah. He was Latinx.
Hispanic man
I'll put you to
murdered.
Latino in the CRC.
Hispanic man murdered in Geneva. Come on.
Latinx theologian murdered at the hands of white police in Geneva. Yeah.
There you go.
Sam, I want to talk about your monetization thing because someone this morning left a comment about why do I see so many ads on this video and I don't see any on After Socrates? And so I wrestle with this whole.
Do you see more ads if you flip on monetization? I was almost under the impression that it was the same number of ads.
I don't. Well, now when you monetize, you get to take ads out.
Oh.
But they will put ads back in.
So you work at Google. Why are you asking us?
That's a secret.
So when, for example, Rebel Wisdom didn't have any interstitial ads in its videos, and a month or so before David, stopped making stuff, he discovered that Google had put ads inside all of his videos that he had taken them out again. So basically, there's no stopping Google from putting ads in your videos. And so the only question is, are you going to get paid for the ad, at least to get a little bit of something of the money that the ads in the videos?
Because if it were the case that I could just say, hey, don't have any ads in this, I think, like, like, what in the world is YouTube actually going to pay me? Like $100 a year or something like that?
Yeah.
That won't even barely cover my book budget. So, I mean, I would feel like it was more worth it to give my viewers an ad-free listening experience personally.
When I make it, well, it depends. Like the last few videos I've made, Google's only said they're going to put like 3 ads in them, and they don't maybe put 3 ads in them. But sometimes when I put up a video, even a 2-hour video, Google wants to put an ad in every 3 minutes. So there's a lot going on in this, and I have YouTube Premium, so I never see ads anyway. And there's lots of different ways to block ads completely using ad blockers, or, there's no ads in my podcast and there's no ads on Odyssey. And so there's a lot of ways if you're in any way savvy to avoid the ads. But so now today, if I have time, if I get to church and all this stuff, the real interesting conversation going on right now is whether Microsoft's going to really take a chunk out of Google with the AI. And then I was thinking about, what if Microsoft launched a YouTube competitor, and Microsoft of course could do it. But instead of, basically integrating AI into the video platform.
How so? How would you imagine that?
Well, right now we have,
because I have to tell you, YouTube barely makes any money, and sometimes it really comes close to losing Google money because the internet costs of it are so extensive.
Yeah.
And even the money that YouTube gets from its ads is not great, and advertising spending has been going down. So there's real questions about whether YouTube is like even a profitable business for Google. So it's not obvious why someone would want to get into the paying a whole huge internet bill to put other people's videos up for free business.
That's an excellent point. But think about what the integration of AI into search is going to do to the previous internet paradigm of web pages, often based on advertising, when search is basically going to scrape all the data using AI, recompile it. What would
answer your question? Like, right, it's imaginable that you won't even use search to click on the links anymore.
Exactly.
Unless in special circumstances where that's what you need to do, but you're actually just using search to answer your question. Right.
So but the AI is dependent upon all of that human generated stuff.
Yeah.
So now there's a lot there that isn't going to go belly up right away, but at some point people are going to stop making web pages and offering to the AI the basic data it needs to generate its content.
Mm-hmm.
So what does that do to the internet? And now, can you imagine if you would do that to video? Because already Google has transcripts. I mean, they don't transcribe every video that goes up on YouTube, but they transcribe a lot. And, people are always, well, when are you going to write a book? Well, actually, if you'd have an AI engine crawl my videos, you could pretty much have AI write a book based on the transcripts from my videos.
I have access to Google's own internal ChatGPT competitor. I'll have it write your book for you. I was asking it questions about myself, and like, my real name is not connected to my YouTube channel anywhere, right? And I asked it, does Sam last name have a YouTube channel? It's like, yeah, his YouTube channel is Transfigured, and he talks about philosophy and religion.
Yeah.
I was like, shoot, there goes that firewall. Yeah.
So it's, this AI is going to continue to really disrupt
Yeah, and it's gonna eat. Google's going to have to figure out how to, because like Google gave a public demonstration 2 days ago of their AI, and it was hastily done, and tanked Google's stock by like 9% or something like that. I will only say things that are public knowledge, but it was a bad demonstration of what's actually. I mean, Google's pretty good at this, right?
I wouldn't
Google,
be surprised.
And that demonstration was not its best foot forward, right?
Yeah.
And so what Google needs to do is figure out how they're going to do this, but they'll probably have to eat their search money to do that, right?
Yes.
They'll kind of have to invent something that will, at least in a short or even medium term, eat their own cash cow.
Right. They have to self-cannibalize, which has been the
which
pattern,
is still better than other being cannibalized by someone else. Yeah.
being eaten by Bing.
Yeah.
And you know, I watched a video on this morning on this topic, and in a lot of ways, the questions are going to be around, you know, it's not just who has the best AI chat engine, it's who can figure out how to integrate that into.
I think it won't be too hard to do, because right now, I mean, AIs are, you give them a function to optimize, right? That's how that all AIs are like, hey, here's the function by which I'm judging you, right? Train yourself to optimize your score on the judging function, right? And statistics has been doing that for hundreds of years, right? And so right now these chatbots are basically programmed to be really good at basically Wheel of Fortune, right? Here's the text that's already there. What text comes next, right? That's what these chatbots are. That's the function that they're optimized to perform, with some constraints and some rules and a couple competing ways of judging them. But okay, here's the text. What text comes next, right? And that which is basically Wheel of Fortune or a crossword puzzle or something like that.
That's right. It's the next iteration of this little corner is the legal tit. What comes next?
Yes.
What could go wrong?
What could go wrong? And I don't think it would be that hard to integrate a function that is also taking into account money, right? Where, okay, answer your question in such a way that it has an ad or a link to one of our paying ad, businesses, right? But it would need to do it in a way that is sustainable and compelling over the long run, where it doesn't feel like you're just asking a sleazy salesman a question who's giving you a dishonest answer. But it seems doable to me that it's pretty easy to integrate ads and links to paying, people, because really Google's main business is that it's the phone book, right? Remember back in the days of phone books, if you looked up a plumber, you could be a plumber who would pay the phone book company extra money to have a full page ad on the first page of plumbers, right? Whereas if you're a plumber who didn't pay that, you might be on the second or third page listed alphabetically.
Right.
Right. Or you could pay a smaller amount to be in bold font, right? You know, that was the phone book's business model, was yes, we have the information you're looking for, but it's sorted based off of how people are paying us to be sorted.
And why you rename your plumbing company AAA Plumbing.
Right. And that's a way of gaming the algorithm without paying the phone book. Right. But there were ways to pay the phone book to be prioritized. And that's basically all Google. That's Google's main teat, right? Yeah. Is being the phone book. When I search Chinese food restaurant, that they are paid to be sorted in a certain order so that I, find the Chinese food restaurant that paid the most money first.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering
and
how
so I think that's
tit metaphor is going to go in this little corner.
How what?
How common the tit metaphor is going to be in this little corner from now on.
No.
We got Sam using it already.
The memes be memeing.
So it does not seem that hard for me for you to be able to train an AI chat bot that has some money consciousness in its training algorithm, such that it's doing that same phone book gaming and being paid to do so, and it figuring out how to optimize its revenue value over the long run.
Yeah.
So that's what I think it'll look like.
Google has a reputation of dropping products quickly. I remember I used Google Notebook back in the day. It was a good it was a good thing, and Google just like, boop, done. It's like, okay, and that taught me a lesson about how much to depend on Google. And what you say about YouTube is, it makes perfect sense. It would be, at what point does Google lose interest in YouTube because it's got all the data it needs?
Well, yeah, and I think that YouTube is valuable not so much from its sheer profitability, but from its data source and preventing any other competitor from coming in. Because a lot of what the big tech companies do is they're willing to support something that fends off competition, even if it doesn't make a lot of money.
That makes sense. Because, when I got my copyright strike from Daily Wire, it sobered me a little bit in realizing, this could all go away. And if YouTube did I always looked at these deplatforming things like, but I thought, I get deplatformed from YouTube. What does this do to, and my project isn't even fundamentally financial, but the degree to which I am dependent on YouTube for my interests in this project, it's like, that's serious. I took that copyright strike very seriously.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I don't know.
ChatGPT is great for doing research, though, for theology podcasts. You can say, hey, give me 5 Athanasius quotes on his views of the afterlife with references, please. Right? Boom. That's so awesome. Or who are the most cited scholars that wrote books about Athanasius? Boom. Like really, really helpful for that sort of thing.
Yeah.
So,
and you can immediately see how, let's say, Amazon with its with the search, because I regularly, I wanted to do more on Constantine. Okay, so how can I sort through the Constantine biographies?
Yeah.
Even Amazon,
ratings, number of ratings. I've got a Constantine book for you. This one is particularly good. And partially because it's by a Unitarian friend.
Yeah, it's the guy that was on your channel, right?
It was the guy that was on my channel. Yeah, but he's gotten a fair amount of coverage on that book. If you watch that video on my channel about interviewing him, you kind of get the idea. But it's a good book, because I do think that Constantine's theology is complex, and that it's easy to get a party line answer on Constantine's theology or a polemically anti-Christian line on it. And Unitarians are great because we're neither of those things. So we'll.
There's so few of you. You don't have all the market share.
Right.
So, actually, when I talked to John Vendonk's pastor in Southern California, he was talking about the fact that the church posts his sermons on the internet, and the only sermon he got sort of a bump in views and a huge uptake in comments was
David
on the
Bentley
Trinity.
Oh, on the Trinity. Interesting.
So Jacob's like, my plan's coming together. We do need to have a mini me for Jacob.
I'm telling you, that gravamen is going to absolutely make. I mean, when Atlanta Bible College decides to merge with Calvin, it's going to be beautiful. It's going to be beautiful.
Atlanta Bible College?
It's the Unitarian Seminary. There is a single biblical Unitarian seminary.
Wow.
Do they have standards?
Yeah, I mean, there's a denomination, the Church of God General Conference is kind of they're a restorationist church that dates from the 1820s or something like that. They probably have 500,000 members or something like that, but they're sort of the oldest, most established biblical Unitarian denomination, and that it's their seminary.
All right. Well, I should get out of here and do some things, and no Sunday school this week, I don't think, because I still don't have a window in that room. Still waiting on glass. Had a fun visit from Rando yesterday. He was up in Sacramento, and so we did lunch and got to give him the Living Stones church tour, which is always fun. People don't quite know what the thing looks like until you get there, and you realize just how low resolution all of our images of.
Well, you said someone broke your windows, and then didn't seemingly take anything and left.
So there's nothing to take. I mean, unless he wants to.
How often does that sort of thing happen to you? Because if like that happened to my church, we would be like freaking out. But you're just like, someone broke in.
Somebody lives in the suburbs.
Yeah.
Well, and you also have to understand, I grew up in a church where people breaking in happened all the time. I mean, and I remember coming in for church one Sunday evening, and we came in and there was someone in there, trying to steal stuff. And it was like, dude, it's a church. You would think by looking at the calendar, you would plan your burglary a little better than this. But usually the people doing the stealing are junkies, and, not a lot of, forethought going into that. So a few years ago, 20 some years ago or so, somebody broke every window in the two education buildings, and there had just recently been vandalism at a local synagogue, and so the news crews came out, and we're all excited because maybe it was a hate crime, and eventually it turned out it was a guy who had a fight with his father, got drunk, and took a baseball bat and decided to take out his anger on our church buildings instead of his father. So
when I had my store, it got in 3 years, it got vandalized 13 times. And one time, I had the video, a guy took a hoe down. So Van Nuys Boulevard is one of the largest boulevards, right? So a whole block of Van Nuys Boulevard. He went up and down, breaking every storefront window. And he must have done, I mean, I had to pay like $500 to get the windows replaced. And the other windows were probably far more expensive than mine.
Yeah. So, you work and live in certain neighborhoods, and you just kind of like.
That's why we don't have windows on the first floor.
Yeah. Then things get hardened. My father, I just lived with this stuff growing up. So somebody once came into the church and stole the sinks out of the bathroom. And so my father went down to the scrap yard and basically bought the church sinks back. My father was always going down to the pawn shop and buying stolen property back from the pawn shop. And so it's what I've grown up with my whole life. It's just kind of normal, but it's just such a pain in the neck. And you don't want to harden everything, but that's the process that's happening in my neighborhood. Everybody's putting up fences. There are cameras going up all over. Everything is hardened. In Patterson, though, there was a corner store right near the church, Red Store, and of course everybody bought their groceries there, and the prices were horrendous. And Red's eventually, everything was behind plexiglass, and you walk into the store, and you tell them what you need, and they put it through that's where this stuff goes. But this is.
Well, in California now it's legal to steal anything under $500, basically. So all the stores have started battening everything down.
What's that, Sam?
Well, we got some zombie junkies in Missouri, but vandalism is rare because stand your ground. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a junkie, and he's he's probably slept at the church plenty, and he knows the patterns, and so he breaks into a classroom, goes through. We had a TV in the Sunday school classroom because we were using it, Rick's old TV, and that got taken, and so now he breaks in and walks through, and there's nothing there, so he leaves. But I got to deal with the window.
I got to go in a couple minutes. I really liked your video the other day, Paul, about natural law and Peterson. I felt like it's not like you hadn't said much of that before, but it was a good synthesis and a good condensation. And I feel like it was getting really clear that Jordan Peterson is kind of bringing Christianity back in through the Darwinistic door.
Yep.
In a natural law sense. And It's similar to what we've talked about with Vervaeke and purpose and the evolutionary argument for Christianity and stuff like that.
Yep. And then with the Keller stuff, that you can really see sort of where Keller has evolved to.
You should talk to Keller. I got to imagine that you have someone somewhere in that could connect you. And I think if you put out the public invitation that you would like to talk to Keller, it would get to him. And I think that you guys could have a phenomenal conversation. I know that you talk about how it takes relationships and stuff like that, but relationships have to start at zero before they get anywhere. So you can't. Yeah. So I think that you and Keller could have really excellent conversation.
And you'll understand the relationship of having listened to hundreds of hours of somebody who has no idea who you are.
Yeah. I already have that relationship with Jordan Peterson. Get the organization on it. The organization.
Because I gotta imagine if you said, Paul, if you made a video, I would like to have a conversation with Timothy Keller, and I would like to talk about this, and this. There are people that know both of you well enough that it would get to his saliency relatively fast.
Yeah, and it would be fun, but the point for me is most of what I need from Keller, he's already producing. And
maybe
it's
that's
kind of
not
a
as true
vanity
as you
project.
think. Maybe that's not as true if you were to actually talk with him.
You had good criticisms, Paul.
Well, again, to me, it's like at this point, I can I could say, hey, Jordan, come on my channel, and he probably would. But I don't know. It's kind of a vanity project.
I'm not saying it for vanity reasons or just for the clicks and the ad revenue. I really think that you and Keller would have a lot of interesting stuff to talk about in terms of you guys have such an overlapping theological background, but pretty different, views on evangelism and stuff like that, that I actually think it would be really constructive and interesting, not just like, oh, that would up your status. That's not why I'm saying it. Anyway.
No, we actually have a tremendous amount of, we are very much from a very similar place.
All right. I got to run. I got a
CW.
meeting.
Oh, boy.
I got a meeting. It's not because I don't like UCW. I just got to go. All right. Bye.
Oh, here's CW. I got to go. I have this issue with what I'd really love to do is spend 20 hours with Tim Keller, not 1 or 2. And what to me the 1 or 2 hours is more of a frustrating thing because and he doesn't have 20 hours. Hierarchy's Bind and Blind.
That is the tricky thing that I'm learning over this couple of weeks. It's that, as I'm getting to know people, they know nothing about me. And so everyone's looking for red flags. And so that, 1 to 2 hour conversation with Keller.
And to be fair,
would be getting
there
past
are
that.
many red flags. There are many red flags.
Says his old roommate. And for me,
I was never the roommate, but somehow we all still managed to see Mo naked frequently. I don't know why that happened.
it's too much information.
It's too much information.
You know what? God made my body for the world to appreciate. At least that's how I felt in college.
But
Yeah.
but I know on YouTube it's a big deal, and I know Sam isn't saying that I'm going to do this to chase the names and grow the channel and build the clicks. I understand the value of that. I find what we do here, getting to know you guys to the degree that I can, and that's very limited, I find that far more interesting, even though Keller's, I love Keller. He's a brilliant guy. I love the work that he's done. He's helped me tremendously through his ministry. But truth be told, the truth is he doesn't have enough time in his life to have a relationship with me. And so I'd rather spend more of my time building a relationship with Jacob.
Okay, so I have to toot my own horn a tiny bit. Guess who just randomly decided to drop in on my Wednesday Bible study? Father Stephen.
Well, yeah, because you're building a relationship with him, and he wants to build a relationship with you.
It was like we're sitting there in the Bible study, and Richard and I are talking, and suddenly Father Stephen pops.
Yeah, and he did that in one of my live streams too. That's the only time I've really spoken with him, and that's what I mean. Where this, even though Jacob leaves the kind of comments he does on my sermons and Bible studies,
what's wrong with my comments? They're very
there's
respectful.
nothing wrong with your comments, but it's not the kind of thing that people think we should look for and enjoy. And, so obviously if Tim Keller wants to talk to me, I'll talk to him. Obviously, the day Jordan Peterson says, Paul, come on my podcast, have a conversation, I'm there. There's no question about any of that. But, I've thought plenty about the fact of, I could have Jordan on my channel, and he has been on my channel, just that one conversation. And unless I really have an idea of something that I want, somewhere I want to go that's sort of within an hour, I get plenty from them, watching them talk to others and reading their book and doing what they're doing. That's how I feel about it, basically.
Paul, do you think there's also an element of, because I remember Francis Schaeffer saying that his approach to leadership, prominence, and influence was to wait to be extruded into those positions, which I just remember that phraseology.
That's a good way to say it. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I sense that about you. So you're not looking to capitalize on opportunities because you maybe have the latent perspective that God, if it be he who works, will work in no uncertain terms. And so who are you to force the issue?
Yes, that's bingo.
Sounds very Calvinist.
Sounds very nihilist.
Well, I put it in a different context. Like, I remember one of the bigger shows that I had with my second band was we opened up for the Roots at the House of Blues. And really excited, telling everybody, hey, I'm going to be sharing a stage with the Roots and Questlove and Black Thought and all this stuff is super exciting. And then the next day, it was over. And nothing really came of it. You kind of are expecting this to lead somewhere. You have no idea where, and it led nowhere. And so it's like, yeah, it's cool that I did that.
That was like the time I met with Bart Ehrman to try and get him to somehow help publish a Christian apologetic book. I'm not sure why I thought that would end well, but I was very enthusiastic about it leading into the meeting.
And I think Mo and CW, that's exactly right. And there's why can't I think of the dumb man's name? there's a number of people who said it. Jim Carrey, when he talked about the Golden Globe winner. Robin Williams, when he won an Oscar. You think you move towards this and you think, oh, if I would ever get a chance to talk to fill in the blank, then it's like, no, it's not really how we work. And you're better off. You're better off. I mean, it's what about Jordan Peterson or Tim Keller is not nearly ubiquitously available on the internet. I can deal with their avatars just fine, and I would frankly rather have them spending their time.
Paul, there is interaction. There is the possibility that your challenges can in fact improve his thinking and lead him somewhere else. Your view is very one way, and this is no. You were very critical of Jordan Peterson doing his book tour.
Yep.
Which I think was an absolute. I think is very myopic on your part.
No, I'm wrong. I was wrong. I'll admit that.
And so, having a conversation with you, what's this guy's name? Tim Keller.
Yeah.
With Tim Keller can provide the type of feedback to him that sitting in the audience can provide, which in our electronic age, we don't have that two-way communication as much as we should.
But that's where I get back to CW's point, because truth be told, if I would, you see this all the time with people. Let's say I want to disavow Jacob of his Judaism, for me to say that, for all of us, it's laughable, because you're not in a position to walk away from this foundational piece of your life in the way that you're practicing it currently, which is also idiosyncratic. So in order to actually colonize someone, and you should know this, Jacob, because you've colonized me, and to a great degree, it takes a relationship that goes through time. And so I could say things that, so I'd love to tell Tim Keller about how you should really pay some attention to Jordan Peterson, because in many ways, he's going beyond your project. I'm sure Tim Keller has heard of Jordan Peterson. Tim Keller, I'd be curious. Why would I like to talk to Tim Keller? I'd like to hear some of his thoughts about Jordan Peterson. I also studied Tim Keller long enough to know that when Tim Keller runs across a new idea, I think this is temperamental with him, he's usually dismissive. Tim Keller, when N.T. Wright was sort of first on the radar screen, Tim Keller would make some fairly dismissive comments. Now, when you look at Tim Keller's bookshelf, he's got N.T. Wright's books all lined up, and he'll speak quite highly about N.T. Wright. In other words, he evolved on N.T. Wright, which is absolutely fine and appropriate. So my point is, a lot of people like to imagine that, well, if PVK has a conversation with Jordan Peterson or Tim Keller, then PVK is going to, and it's like, no, that's probably not going to happen.
Oh, again, this is very binary. This is very, very binary. Either I talk to Tim Keller, and Tim Keller suddenly becomes, right? I talk to Paul VanderKlay, and Paul VanderKlay suddenly becomes a Unitarian, right? Or there's no point in me talking to Paul VanderKlay at all, as opposed to simply being what the Rebbe, I have to say, always told us to be, which is lamplighter's. You go around and you try to make the world a little bit better, and through a serious faith in the Logos, that when I talk to CW, or when I talk to Mo, or when I talk to Paul, or when I talk to any individual person, right, and I speak truthfully with them in dialogue, that it will do what it does, and it doesn't have to be this binary of either it's worthless or this person's going to be baptized tomorrow.
Right. No, I get that, which is why I light a lot of little lamps all around me, but I don't spend a lot of time and energy trying to set people way up high on the hierarchies on fire in my own little way.
Okay.
I do wonder if there's
that's not what we're saying.
I think so. I brought up the whole roots thing, but another example I have is, 13 years ago in 2010, I was in Shanghai and playing at the World Expo. When I got on stage to sound check, Otis Clay's band was still there. If you guys don't know who Otis Clay is, he's a famous blues guy, really well known out of Chicago. But his band was still there while I plugged in my guitar to start getting a sound check, and they just started jamming. And I was there, and I was able to join in, and I got to play with Otis Clay and his band, which I would have never dreamed of. And it wasn't that I had any effect on Otis Clay or he had any effect on me in that room. It was that we got to jam together.
Yeah.
And
that's my relationship with Jordan Peterson, and I enjoy it.
Yeah.
When
it's also
Jordan
if you had a one-on-one with Jordan Peterson, it might not be the effect you have on him or the effect that he would have on you. But one thing that I think a lot of musicians and even athletes have this is I got to play with somebody who's one of the best.
Right.
And I could hold my own. I mean, there's something to that. And so it could be something like that. Hey, I've listened a ton of Tim Keller and I got to have a conversation.
Yeah. And again, I'm happy to have a conversation with Tim. And if Tim Keller wants to have a conversation, I'm down.
Well,
and maybe I should send up a balloon and say, if Tim would like to talk about this, I'd be happy to talk to him about it. And Jordan, I do get a chance to talk to Jordan now and then, and that's great. But this idea of, because I'm also on the other end of this sometimes. There are people who, are always, and I don't really mind it so much, always sort of pecking at me and they want to have a conversation, and that's great. But that's part of the reason I have the rando slots and then if people beg me enough, I'll be on their little podcast. But usually it's because if they've got enough energy to have a little podcast, I'm happy to go on it to encourage them and support them and maybe give them a little bump. And I'm really happy to do that. But I'd be happy to talk to Tim Keller, but my expectations of what would happen in a conversation like that are very low, partly because there are other people who have their podcasts and their conversations and such, and then I have an hour or two with them, and it can't really go any further because there's not enough space in my life to actually develop the relationship with them. To get back to CW's point, if there's more time for a relationship, that's a better thing. Go ahead, CW.
So I have a thesis about Paul, and this is beautiful because you are here. So I can air my thesis and see what you think and maybe what these other people think. My thesis on Paul is that he is a pastor first and a reluctant public intellectual second. So Paul has a kind of celebrity, but he's not a celebrity pastor. And I think that's what people miss.
I think it's true. I don't want to be a celebrity pastor.
Hey, don't crap on my dreams right now.
Oh, you can have the lane, Mo. You can have the lane.
I want to be a pastor that acts, that does music.
I'm doing all right. Yeah, just listening to these just chattings as I paint and put up trim and work.
They're addictive, aren't they?
They're interesting. I mean, Jacob has definitely created a space that produces a lot of interesting conversations, and it's amazing that they can go sometimes as long as they can and produce as much quality content, for sure.
I agree. And this is because there's Tim Keller videos out there. There's Jordan Peterson videos out there. I have a list of things to listen to, audiobooks. I have all those things. But you know what? If I see especially if certain people are on Just Chatting, I'm in, because it's the relationship. Luke wouldn't be at all. Luke doesn't like those ideas about personals and relationships. I know Luke's very propositional, but
I think he's
it's
an
the relationship.
anti-personalist, isn't he?
I like the idea stuff, but I think that's why we liked when the three ladies on here, like Nakama and Laura and Sandy were on here the other day. Yeah, it's because immediately Laura came in with a relational question for Nakama. I mean, that's the first thing she did. It wasn't about like, what do you think about this? It's just like, what has been your experience and your I mean, she probably said like, what has been your relationship with this thing that you said the other day, or what's that mean for you in your life? And that's something that's very attractive, because I like the idea stuff, but I get burned out on it. Like, I either want to come and I'll listen to this sometimes, or I listen to a comedy podcast or something, because the idea stuff gets to be boring.
It's a good thing Luke isn't a 13-year-old boy, or, you know, they might be bringing him to some clinic somewhere to rearrange his anatomy. So glad you were born when you were, Luke.
Oh, because I'm feminine in that regard. Well, yeah, maybe. I don't think that would have. You've never met my parents, but probably wouldn't have happened with my dad.
I think Luke may very well be a saint, because in a moment of deep existential despair, I asked him to pray for me, and now I feel much better.
Oh, wow.
Prayers of the righteous.
I doubt very much it had anything to do with Luke.
But here you are, Jacob, talking to three Calvinists, and however we define Luke.
Hold on. CW is a Calvinist?
I'm a cosmonomic existentialist, but
I have no idea what those words mean, but at least it's not Calvinist.
Just talk to CW about his relationship with Calvinist churches. The Orthodox Presbyterian Church is Calvinist.
Well, one of the philosophical associations I'm not a member of many things. Like, you know, I got kicked out of the church I was in for a while, but I am a member of an association for reformational philosophy. Historically, it used to be called the Association for Calvinist Philosophy. So that might give you a clue.
Well, it's interesting. CW, we should have you. Jed and I, so Jedediah, a guy who's kind of this corner adjacent, had a conversation called the Calvinism to Deconstruction Pipeline, where we talked about our background with Calvinism, because we both have mainly been Calvinists our whole life. But you'd be an interesting person to talk to, because we've thought about bringing that back in, because that's kind of my issue with a lot of Calvinism, is it's become like, there's really interesting Calvinists like T.F. Torrance, Bart, George MacDonald, but Calvinists never talk about those guys. Like, those guys are interesting.
Well, I mean, if you go to the main line, they'll still talk about those guys.
Yeah.
Because the endless sectarianism definitely obfuscates everything. So to me, my Calvinism is real, but it's incidental to my Christian identification.
As it should be.
That makes sense. So I strive to affiliate with something approximating the totality of the Christian intellectual tradition. But then, you know, if you put a gun to my head, well, first of all, you know, Calvinism is not one of the things I'd be willing to die for if you did put a gun to my head. But if you forced me to commit to a theological disposition, I'd be happy to identify as a Calvinist. I don't know if that's sufficient qualification.
We're coming for you, Jacob. We're coming.
All I hear is future servitans.
But, you know, weirdly, like, I also identify as a Lutheran. So, I mean, that's how fucked up and incoherent I am.
Edit.
All right, I am going to go do some things I need to do because
I got to do that too.
this thing has occupied my attention.
Well, I said I was only going to be on here for an hour, and here I am 2 hours later.
Yeah, but no, Jacob, you're a genius.
Honestly, I've been taking mostly your ideas and reworking them. Wait until you hear about my reworking of Estuary.
To be continued.
Wow, dumb.
I'm gonna be. I'm thinking of calling it "Meaning the Gathering."
Well, you know,
Jacob,
Grim always said we need trading cards for this little corner. So
if it can be improved, Jacob can probably do it, and have us all hate him along the way.
I think Van Donk might be throwing a brick through your window, though.
John loves me, kind of.
Anyway, I must go. So good knowing you all, and
I'm out as well.
This is my point about high status people, that so many of the interesting people in this world have no status at all, and they're easy to find.
I'll see you, Moses. So CWL, I still have you. When are you
Lonely
making a
thing.
channel?
It suddenly got much more intense. I'm alone with the fire breather now. So you know, the Rebbe said to be a lamplighter. I don't think he said to be a twisted fire starter.
This is very true. Yes, yeah. How many fires have I started? Like, are they out of control?
Some are still burning, I think.
Really?
I think so.
I don't know. I mean, I don't see anything that's like truly been out of control.
Yeah, no one has died yet.
I don't think
the
anybody's gotten close to dying
Part of the
yet.
healthy ecosystem of the forest, right?
No, I mean, I don't know. I try to be careful.
I think you're a paradoxical figure because you have that hellfire aspect of you, but then you also attract that feminine thing to your franchise, to this environment you've created. And I think you speak very eloquently of that from the Jewish tradition of the feminine and the regulative imperative of it.
Right. So, I mean,
I see you actually as a pretty balanced person, weirdly.
Look, fire breathing. So this is, and I've actually tried to talk about it. I've tried to learn from the best, and the Rebbe was one of them, and the Satmar Rebbe was another. Like he was, he's a very paradoxical figure because he was really known as a complete fire breather, and when you look more closely, like he was just the kindest and most loving person, and very few people like when you first look at the Satmar Rebbe, and what he achieved. So he was the second son of the Rebbe in Siget. So Hasidic dynasties, they have their capital wherever it is, and they're named after it, right?
So it's so betraying my complete ignorance. Like, is there an analog to the Rebbe in, say, like Protestant Christianity or something that? I mean, that's like a really impertinent question, but like to even just as a frame of reference.
The closest thing you could say is like a metropolitan
in Eastern Orthodoxy
or Catholicism. Right. So you kind
that
of
doesn't help me at all. Like that just makes me more confused.
Well, that's because you know nothing about Christianity or Judaism. No, but so there was all. I mean, this idea of, and I think that's where the idea of bishop ended up coming from is there was this idea of like whoever was the leader, the rabbi, right, of that city was the person who people go to, right, for spiritual direction, right? Now we have the real fire-breathing Protestants here. And so the way Hasidic dynasties worked were you would have these rebbes, which gets translated as grand rabbi, and that's like the opposite. Like rebbe is actually more familiar than calling somebody a rabbi or a rav. But so there were all these various rebbes in various places, and so Siget had a rebbe, and he had two sons, and his older son was going to inherit. So the Satmar Rebbe moved to this other city called Satmar, Satumar in Hungary, and he established his own Hasidic court, and Hasidim, they basically vote with their feet. They choose which court. Like people switching from one court to another is actually somewhat common. I mean, it's not that common, but it is common. And so when the Satmar Rebbe died, he only had daughters, and his nephew ended up inheriting, and his nephew was the oldest son of his older brother, who had inherited the Siget court, and but he changed his name to being known as the Satmar Rebbe, and the Satmar is actually the biggest single Hasidic court, even though the Satmar Rebbe, I mean, and a lot of Satmar Hasidim don't actually really like the more current ones. It's still kind of like what was established during the lifetime of this one Rebbe. And so, I mean,
Jacob, I just want to say to you, I see, said the blind man. So what does the Rebbe mean for you personally?
The Lubavitcher Rebbe or the Satmar Rebbe or which Rebbe?
Yeah, your Rebbe.
I don't know if I have a Rebbe right now. Although the Yanuka, I mean, I've been watching.
Wall. The one on your wall. Let's start there.
Oh, that is the Lubavitcher Rebbe. The Lubavitcher Rebbe was the seventh Rebbe of Lubavitch, and he died in 1994, which was before I started becoming religious. And I didn't know of him before he died. But I am absolutely convinced that if the Messiah were to have come in the Rebbe's lifetime, the Rebbe would have been the Messiah. And I know many people who think that it's still not long enough after his death that he actually is still their candidate to be the Messiah. And it's helped me understand what happened after Jesus' death a lot better. Just seeing, I mean, I know people who knew the Rebbe. They can't, like, the void he has left in their life has not been something, and that's actually part of what I was talking to Father Stephen about. So have you heard my $5,000 challenge? So it's not my $5,000 challenge, since several rabbis have already issued it many times, and nobody's ever collected. But I'm serious about it. If you were to give me even one prophecy, all I ask for is one prophecy of the Messiah that from the Hebrew Bible that Jesus uniquely fulfilled, $5,000. And so when Richard and Caleb and other people heard about this challenge, they went about trying to find a prophecy.
Get that $5,000.
Yes, and get Jacob baptized.
Win Jacob Federecci's money.
And Jacob Federecci's soul. And so Richard, at my Bible study on Wednesday, Richard was trying to give me prophecies, and I mean, they were all the usual suspects. And Father Stephen showed up, and he said, he said he showed up in order to kind of rescue Richard, because guess what? Not gonna happen. He's like, I'll save you the time. That's not how Father Stephen views the belief in Jesus being the Messiah. And the example he gave actually was, he said to me, okay, so your friends who believe that the Rebbe is still their candidate for Messiah, or even for me, like the Yanuka, right? I had not heard of the Yanuka until Christians started asking me if he's the Antichrist. And I looked into him and I'm like, maybe, yay, you know. He's incredibly impressive. And Father Stephen was like, well, are you saying that because there's a prophecy? You found a prophecy in your scriptures, which, you know, he fulfilled? And it's like, no, of course not. That's not what it's about.
Not to make your talking points for you, but if what I've heard you say about Jews for Jesus is true, you know, the idea that a Christian organization which so aggressively and explicitly organized itself around the proposition that it is the prophetic tradition and the quote-unquote Jewishness of Jesus that makes him all that Christians believe, morphed into a Noahide movement that tells you all you need to know. Does it not? Doesn't that?
I mean, this is, and I think Michael and I have kind of discussed this, and he dismisses what I say here, and I think it's an important point that you may disagree with, but I think it's a point you have to seriously consider. So for me, it is a huge indication of something that is worthwhile when Rabbi Skobach says that he got a call from a cloistered monk, right? A cloistered monk called him and said, Rabbi, I need to talk to you. So Rabbi Skobach said, what? He's like, yeah, please come to the monastery. I need to talk to you. And so Rabbi Skobach goes to this monastery to meet with this cloistered monk. And the cloistered monk says, I want to convert to Judaism. And Rabbi Skobach's like, what? Like, how? Why? And he says, so part of our discipline, our what the order does every single day is recites the entire book of Psalms. And the longest chapter in the book of Psalms is 119. And when you read Psalm 119, it's 176 verses because it's an 8-fold acrostic. And it's all about the beauty of the law and the Torah. And that is what basically convinced him that, like, I really think that Paul of Tarsus was wrong. And why that is a powerful testament to me is, and the fact that I went searching. I seriously went searching. I contacted missionary groups to get lists of people who were serious religious Jews who were led to convert to Christianity. I found maybe one, his name was Isaac Lichtenstein, and I went and read his books, right? Because that means something to me, that somebody in their faith, and I don't care what their faith is, that someone in their faith, serious engagement in their faith, were led down a particular road, right? Because I believe in God, and I believe Karov Hashem lechol korav lechol asher yikrahu be'emet. God is close to all who call on Him truly, right? And so for me, it's powerful testimony that a cloistered monk would be like, I'm gonna become an Orthodox Jew, whereas I have not been able to find a single, and if you find it, I would love to know about it. Example of a serious religious Jew studying his Bible and being like, Jesus is the Messiah. That would mean something to me.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's almost as if, that moment has passed. In other words, that moment was the founding impetus of Christianity. But then it's like, once you're on the other side of that, these are like two paths diverging at that point. So there's an interesting moment in history where that would be a permeable boundary, but I think we're way beyond that now. And so, yeah, I think you're right. Like, the idea of a conversion one way or the other is quite striking.
Well, there's a lot of conversions, and this is another thing that's quite striking, is what is the stereotypical story of a convert to Orthodox Judaism? Protestant goes to Bible school, becomes a pastor, decides to convert to Orthodox Judaism. I know a handful personally.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's much more plausible. I don't think it's as simple as this, but it's much more plausible on the face of it to say that Christianity is derivative of Judaism. And there's like some caveats there. And I know, like, for you, it's like, well, duh. But the caveat would be, the Hebraic tradition is not necessarily the same as Judaism, but whatever. The point is, Christians, the fact that there are Christians who think that Judaism is somehow derivative of Christianity is just bizarre and inexplicable.
So I will quote my favorite New Testament author, Paul of Tarsus. I think Christianity is viewing the truth of Judaism through a glass darkly. I think when you're coming out of the darkness of paganism, Christianity is a step towards the light, but it's an incomplete step.
Michael's winding up.
But I mean, okay, so I mean, all things being equal, it seems like Jews do convert not to Christianity, but most commonly to secularism. Atheism.
Oh no, there's certainly Jews, like, so Jews deconstruct. There definitely is Jews who deconstruct. And usually, I mean, it goes, they move from Orthodox Judaism to Reform or Conservative, and then they become secular, and then they might, in fact, like, it's generational. Then you end up somebody with, like, at Andrew Klavan, who is now a religious Christian. And frankly, I have to say that as opposed to being a Reformed Jew, like, I think he's closer to Judaism as a Protestant, religious Protestant, than he was as a Reformed Jew. There's no question, like, so there's a difference between a person moving away from God, and it's obvious that they're moving away from God. Like, Christians will become more religious or move away from religion, and Jews do that too. We all have free will But what I have not seen, and what is a powerful testimony to me, is somebody who, in taking their religion seriously, in praying, in trying to follow and becoming in through a process of sanctification, right? Moving from the typical evangelical line to Jews is that to become a Christian is to be a completed Jew, to complete your engagement in Judaism, right? I have seen many Christians who, by converting to Judaism, feel that they have moved forward in their religious relationship with God. And I mean, I've had conversations with them on my channel. And then I have never seen a similar thing, right? So have you guys heard of Rabbi Yitzchak Kaduri?
I heard you say that name before, I believe, but
So
that's the only context.
Until he died, he was basically considered the foremost public Kabbalist in the world. And a year after he died, a letter that he had handwritten showed up, which some Christians interpreted. It was definitely a coded letter, and in fact, this is the text. Well, we're moving back to my channel now. This is actually the text of the letter typed up, and the coloring is mine. And
that's for Christmas, right? That's in honor of Christmas, the red and the green.
In a certain sense, yes. So the red spells out Jesus, and that's why Christians. Like a lot of Christians were talking about Rabbi Kaduri supposedly becoming a Christian, right? And it became a kind of talking point among evangelists, because here was this great Kabbalist, right? And supposedly he had become a Christian, right? Well, if that had actually happened, frankly, if Rabbi Kaduri had decided to convert to Christianity, tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people would have followed him. No question in my mind. And he would have instantly become the most famous and richest rabbi in the world, because like the evangelicals would absolutely lose their mind, right? But I don't think that's what happened. And I spent a long time, there's a reason why I typed up that his letter, and I spent a long time looking at it. I think I have some clue what he was trying to say, but if that were to happen, yeah, if Rabbi Kaduri or Chacham Hillel, or there are many rabbis who, if they were to convert to Christianity, thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of Jews would convert along with them. But it doesn't happen. Whereas entire churches have converted to
because they
Judaism.
have genuine religious conviction. I mean, I think that's the farcical assumption behind a certain mode of Christian apologetics applied to Jewish people, is the idea that somehow the internal logic of their faith necessitates a Christian conviction. Like, that is so offensive and just profoundly misunderstands the nature of the distinction, never mind the disagreement in the first place, it seems to me.
Well,
Well,
go ahead, Michael.
Okay, well, I mean, I think this is a difficult conversation to have, as far as like to say, like, there's anecdotal evidence on all sides. I mean, and it's all anecdotal in comparison to what is the global percentage of Christianity converting to Judaism versus like compared to like the growth of Christianity in Africa and Asia and in Islamic countries where it's spreading underground and things
Well,
like
none
that.
of which has any bearing on truth, by the way. Just
Well,
to be
no,
clear.
yeah, well, I'm
Just to be clear.
but just for the sake of saying like I haven't heard this and whatever. Jews for Jesus does have a YouTube channel that has it's basically just conversion stories. I don't know what level of practicing Judaism you require of a person to be like legit enough for their conversion to Christianity to really mean something.
They should at least know more Talmud than I do.
Okay, all right. Well, but then there is some of the stuff of that is like, and there's a lot. There's like, there's maybe not even like how much of this is even possible in some sense of like, okay, I know a guy who is a pastor in New York, Nyack, New York, and he was a pastor of the Baptist church there, and he had to work really hard to tamp down the anti-Semitism in his congregation because of the stuff that the ultra-Orthodox were doing with the school board there and like diverting all the funds. And the kids in this community couldn't even, they live in America, they can't speak English. So like and to me that seems like, it doesn't seem like they're to be the priesthood of all the nations if they're going to be in a country and not learn the native language or have any interaction with the people around them. And it seems like
So what he's talking about is the insularity of.
Call my wife back in a second. It seems like a conscious effort to just avoid even the possibility of any exposure to this stuff. So
Yeah, I mean, so certainly in as far as we're talking about kids, and a lot of Hasidim, like Satmar is incredibly insular. It is the largest Hasidic group, and part of their, like, I'm a weird combination of Chabad and Satmar. Chabad and Satmar were like got into fist fights. Let's put it that way.
Is that your Luther and Calvin?
Was it? Would I make a similar comparison? I don't know. Did Lutherans and Calvinists ever like kidnap each other and shave half of their beards off to humiliate them?
I don't know if it got quite that bloody, but they definitely don't like each other.
There have definitely been physical altercations between Satmar and Chabad. But anyway, so, and they're definitely, I mean, this is part of what is my criticism of Haredi or ultra-Orthodox Judaism is there definitely is a lot of insularity and the walled garden thing. And what part of that is, yeah, teaching your kids Yiddish and not teaching them English. And, yeah, that those communities certainly do exist. There's no question about that. But every rabbi, I mean, if you are an actual posek, if you are a rabbi, you are expected, part of it is to actually study other religions yourself in order to understand them and to know about them. So, like, there are definitely translation. I know of an attempt right now to translate the New Testament into Yiddish currently, because the old translations they feel are out of date. But
I was going to say, how has this not happened already?
Oh, it has happened, and they're redoing it, and they're constantly like. There's this video of one for Israel, I think it is. I forget which the names of these different things get to me. But like there is constant attempts to infiltrate specifically the Hasidic and the most insular, and that's part of the reason these communities are so incredibly insular and stuff. Is
now, how would you even do that?
Oh,
I mean, I don't know if this is an appropriate analog, but I'm thinking like, so what if some evangelical Baptists, say, like really had a heart for the Amish, and they wanted to infiltrate the? How would you even do that?
Why don't
I don't know if that's a
show
good
you-
analog or not, but
Why don't I show you this recent article, which made huge waves?
without like an appalling level of duplicity, how would you even do that? Like,
Oh no, you have to have a definite Pauline level of duplicity.
see, I said appalling, but I see what you did there. I see what you did there.
Oh, I thought you actually meant Pauline. No, these people definitely quote Paul, right? So this is Michael L. Cohen. His name was actually just Michael L.
See, I'm like Maury Povich there.
No, this is him on Morning Star Ministries, where he was found to, where he went to raise money for his endeavor, where he and his wife were living. He was a mohel and a scribe, and he did actual circumcisions. He wasn't Jewish at all. He pretended, and he spent several years, I think decades, raising his 5 kids in the Hasidic community. And people like this get caught all the time infiltrating Hasidic communities constantly. And because there are definitely people who see their job as first to the Jew and then to the Gentile, and I came to those under the law as one under the law, and this is part of.
So Jacob, not to be in any way offensive, because just to be clear, I do not feel this is the case. But to anyone who might think that you are somehow trying to infiltrate a good faith Christian cosmopolitanism for some nefarious purpose, what would you say?
Oh, there are definitely people who accuse me of that, and
I know, that's why we're
who
giving
think
an opportunity to
that's what I am doing. The fact is that evangelizing, trespassing on other people's faiths is completely against my religion. Like,
it's curious that people would bring that charge to you, since you make no compromise in your Jewish identification. So I'm not sure what the analog there is, but
there are plenty of people who think that I am duplicitous and lying and all kinds of stuff. I've definitely gotten that charge many times.
But nobody
and
could
people tell
accuse
me,
you of not being a Jew, though. So
well, depends how closely you read the Revelation.
Hey, when did observance of the law become optional?
What do you mean?
Well, like you don't observe. So how's that?
It's not optional. It's never been optional. It's still not optional. Observance of the law is not optional.
So why don't you observe it?
I observe it to the degree that where I am in my life, am able and capable, and God will judge me for my sins.
you may admit to being a bad Jew, but you've never denied being a Jew.
So so the idea that it is designed to be impossible to keep fully, to instruct us of our inabilities.
No. And like it says, the Mishnah we say in synagogue, so like this may be the most commonly cited Mishnah in רצה הקדוש ברוך הוא לזכות את ישראל, לפיכך הרבה להם Torah u'mitzvot. The God wanted to sanctify Israel, therefore he gave them much Torah and many commandments. So we, all of us, and this has always been the case, are incapable of meeting all the demands that God would have of us. That's obvious and has always been obvious, and it's clearly obvious that no human being, ein tzadik ba'aretz asher yaseh tov v'lo chata. There is no righteous man on earth who does good and does not sin. So the fact that human beings sin is just a given, and if you read the Hebrew Bible, that's obvious that human beings will always miss the mark. All human beings miss the mark. But we believe that God has given us many, many opportunities, and in order to sanctify ourselves and make ourselves better. And the purpose of the law is not chas v'shalom, to make you depressed and make you feel like you're a wicked and horrible person, but to give you opportunity upon opportunity to, in fact, improve yourself and sanctify yourself and be what the infinite God wants. And yes, the Torah is infinite, but and I give this example all the time, and a lot of Christians, like, it's something that's resonated for a lot of Christians. So when I was observant, right, I could not do the entirety of my daily prayers every day. I spent 2 hours a day praying, and I did not spend 4 hours a day praying. Now, somebody like Chezi, who's been saying all of his prayers all of his life, he can knock off the entirety of the prayers much more quickly than I ever could. But I started learning Hebrew at age 19, and I still don't read very fast. So I was, even when I had my job as an assistant rabbi, I could never finish the daily prayers. That was like, there were days when I would spend, especially on the Sabbath, I would sometimes spend 5 hours praying, right, to get through the entirety. And like on Yom Kippur, or, you know, there were days that I would.
Is the limit of your own capacity acknowledged in some sense? Like, does that have an ameliorating effect or no?
Of course. And
Yeah.
I mean,
Right.
that's just a given. When you live in a community that is actually Torah observant, everybody recognizes, like, and nobody said anything about the fact that I never completed all of my prayers, right? Because it was obvious. Look, there is so much to Torah. Torah is infinite. God is infinite. I am finite. That's just a given. That's not something that needs to be taught to me. That's like, you just understand there's more to life and what we should be doing. There's never enough hours in a day.
It sounds like what you're rejecting is maybe like a popular Christian conception of law observance within Judaism that is almost certainly a mischaracterization of some kind.
So Bart Ehrman definitely talks a lot about this, and it's Martin Luther's whole view that, like, the law is there to convict you of you being a sinner, as if, like, look, he had his psychological problems, and he projected them onto Christianity and Judaism. That was his problem. But like, if you're, the man was like, he had serious psychological problems. He would spend hours, like 5 hours a day in confession. Sorry, that's not a healthy relationship with God.
Are you studying psychology, Jacob?
Because I'm not a very mentally healthy person.
Well, I was going to say, in my experience, most people who study psychology are motivated by some personal issues.
Well, of course, you pay attention to what is
Of course,
relevant.
Martin
to
Luther didn't have that option. I mean, this is like the classic, like, if only people had affirmed Hitler's talent as an artist.
Okay,
If only Martin Luther could have seen a psychologist.
No. So I have to say, it's funny. People accuse me of hating Baal of Tarsus and Martin Luther. And they may be the two people in history I feel most kinship with. Like, it was very funny to me. So reading Romans 7 is incredibly difficult. Like, the beginning part of Romans 7, where that travesty of a Talmudic discourse exists, is wow.
Yeah, I don't think that's what it was.
I do.
Well, yeah, but you think it's bad. Maybe that wasn't the point of it. And why would he try to do that to Romans who, I mean, some of them were Jewish, but it was a mixed congregation. So why would that be the...
Because he was pretending to be a Pharisee of Pharisees and a rabbi and somebody who's knowledgeable. And obviously he was bad at his charlatanism and being a con man.
I think you need to temper your use of the word obvious, Jacob.
It's obvious to me.
Okay, so things that are obvious to one person and not so to the vast majority of others are often called delusions. So
I don't know if that's true. I mean, the more interesting question then becomes, why the disparity in intuition? That's right.
Because
Father Stephen are so good, because that's more the level that you're playing at, is like, okay, well, let's kind of poke at our deepest commitments and see where they jive and where they diverge, instead of focusing on the external implications all the time, which is what draws you together to explore the contrast, but just dwelling on those disagreements, the fact of them, the extent
but
of them,
I have to say,
enumerating them is not elucidating.
Well, okay, the funny thing is, it's like, I don't know where Father Stephen's Christianity ends and my Judaism begins. I really don't.
Which is why you're such great conversation partners.
Right, but that makes me wonder, like, I keep on telling him, like, when is the rest of Christianity going to come at you as a Judaizer? Because the Christianity that he presents is nothing like the Christianity that certainly Protestants present.
Well, and I see this as a recurring theme in some conversations in the corner, because like the person on the outside looks at you talking to Father Stephen and think it's crazy that you think he's potentially going to become a Noahide or something like that, or it's crazy.
Hold on. As far as
you're not saying that, you're not saying
no. As far as I understand, he is a Noahide, and as far as he understands, he is a Noahide.
Okay, well, that's a bad example, but a different example. So I look at Paul's discussions with John Vervaeke, and I hear Paul, or even Paul and Leitner, after talking with Vervaeke, say things like, it's only a matter of time, or always come so close. And I don't mean to speak for those people or cast aspersions on them, but I look at this and I'm like, what are you talking about? John Vervaeke is in no danger of becoming a Christian, but it's because they have the relationship, they have the conversation. There's so much agreement in the midst of the.
It depends on your definition of a Christian. John Vervaeke is not in any danger of going and being baptized and going to a Protestant church every Sunday like he did before.
Been there, done that.
Right, but is that how you define a Christian?
That would be a definition, sure. But that obviously is a way more interesting question too.
and that's the real question. This is why another one of my zingers, right? If you define Christianity as somebody who follows the teachings of Jesus, then the only Christians I know are Orthodox Jews.
But yeah. Michael's on the move.
How so?
And
How
he's
so?
wearing his shades.
Well,
Well, how so? I mean, ultimately, I think
which teachings did
Jesus was. Oh, so here, let me. This is going to be Jacob's greatest hits, but let me
Hey,
pull up.
there's Sherry. Sherry should come join us, but she's probably otherwise engaged.
I wanted to talk about Doyword because CW is on here, but
Okay, talk about that instead.
well, I mean, I think it's very interesting because it seems like not many of his ideas have actually been tried because they're relatively new in terms of philosophical things, but I feel like they have a lot of process. I mean, a lot of promise. It's obviously he was kind of the philosophical brain behind Francis Schaeffer's L'Abri concept, and that's deeply shaping the organization that I'm working on building. And I think, because in regards to Calvinism and such, I think that you get a very different brand from Doyword than like from Calvinism. And I think from Calvin himself. And I think that, I see very much as with all these things, including these interactions between Jews and Christians, that I think we are still maybe in the early stages of things. And
Who's Doiver and what are you guys talking about?
he was a Dutch philosopher from the 20th century, and he arguably could say he crafted the only philosophical system that's based entirely on the Bible as the foundational text. Very much based out of it's Christian, so you'd say that his interpretation of the Bible is not correct, but that everything is following this pattern of creation, fall, redemption, and he developed this sphere sovereignty concept, which people. Well, yes, but Doyword.
He applied it to philosophy.
Yeah, and then he I guess we could say. Oh, so yes, the distinctions that he made. He took the idea from Kuyper and then fixed it. Yeah, I know. I'm not going to try to Doyword.
Oh, you did. Yeah.
But
so
but it's
basically he's sola scriptura to its most extreme end.
Yeah, but I would say it's in the context of so let's say like Calvin was a Calvin, invented the Calvinism concept, not necessarily, because a lot of it came from Luther and the church fathers and various things you could say. But the problem with Calvin was maybe Calvin was a Calvinist who believed that very few people were of the elect. And I feel like maybe by the time you get to Doywerd, it's a Calvinism that thinks very few people are not elect, which is, means that you're going to be far more charitable in your interactions with other people. And
can we talk about common grace after this? Because I really want to talk about common grace after this. Go ahead.
Well, I'm very interested to hear your impressions of Doywerd and the import of his thought. But from where I'm coming from, I kind of see his significance a little bit differently. it is certainly true that he saw himself as articulating a biblically motivated and perhaps therefore explicitly Christian philosophical approach. But to me, the equally important aspect of Dooyeweerd and his project is that he recognized the need for an explicit and exclusive Christian philosophy, period. So at all.
Mhm. Yes.
And in fact, in articulating that and how it would work, he strived to insulate it from Christian theology as a, you could say, like kind of putting the cart before the horse. So for Dooyeweerd, theology is not the queen of the sciences. It's among the specialized disciplines, and philosophy is the discipline of the disciplines.
Yeah.
And
Well,
so
yes.
philosophy doesn't dictate to theology, but it does elaborate on its relationship to the other specialized sciences in the more broader European sense of a science. So I actually think the cleanest way to think about Dooyeweerd as a very early, explicitly Christian attempt at philosophy of science.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So that, I think the really interesting thing to me, and why and I haven't gotten to do a deep dive. I've watched all those Roy Clauser lectures that you shared, and I have a couple of his books, Dooyeweerd's books, that I've started to read, and they're very good so far. But like, I'm thinking about like so with this whole like Christian nationalism thing, and like the one guy who wrote the Christian nationalist book, he's like a Thomist, and I think that there's very big problems with the Aristotle's philosophy of like how nation states work and stuff like that, and we haven't really tried it like we haven't tried the Dooyeweerd way, and I feel like that would, to me, that would be a better way to try to move this thing forward.
Yeah, well, I mean, even aside from the relative merits of Dooyeweerd's proposal, just the suggestion of an explicitly and exclusively Christian philosophy, I think, is very provocative.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because everybody wants to, because I think that people do understand, like, philosophy kind of sits below religion in some ways, or if it's your unquestioned assumptions are based on your philosophical outlook, then your approach to scripture will be.
Yeah, well, and even in Dooyeweerd, that's the case. But there's a critical distinction between the religious and theology, and those are often conflated. And so for Dooyeweerd, yes, all of life is religious, but not all of life is theological. And so that's very different from like postmodern movements in Christian theology, say, that develop a theology of everything.
Yeah.
So Dooyeweerd stands in stark contrast to that kind of approach.
But I mean, I would say that
not because he's subordinating philosophy to, or religion to philosophy, it's the exact opposite.
Well, yeah, right. But I mean, I haven't done the deep dive on all of the concepts, but the fruit is that this is what shaped L'Abri, which is like, in a very real sense, it's the ancestor of Estuary and of this little corner. And it was very
Dooyeweerd is kind of like a
fruitful.
deep intellectual background to certain elements of Protestant thought that have been extremely influential. Like L'Abri is one of them. So if you set Schaeffer, if you separate Schaeffer from his activities on the Christian right, politically, and even honestly some of that, probably has Dooyeweerd influence. But if you separate that and look at him as a Christian public intellectual apologist and theologian, Dooyeweerd's influence is huge through Hans Ruckmacher, who was explicitly a reformational thinker. Which, of course, go check out Burn Power, the Anadromist channel for that kind of thing. He's got,
Yes.
That seminal lecture from Rookmacher, What is Reality?
Yeah, and that was the other one too, because I did a little video recently about. So his little skinny book, Art Needs No Justification, and that's interesting because he talks, because I'm trying to build this trade school concept, and being like, why haven't people connected like the work of the hands with the spiritual aspects? And part of the reason is that, well, they have, but everything they said was applied only practically to the high arts, painting and sculpture and music. And really, prior to the Renaissance, the craftsman, the artisan, it was one person. The person that built your house is the same person that's going to paint the murals on the ceilings, and but people who work with their hands to make more common items don't. I think they should start to think of themselves in those ways, that they are crafting something.
And I think this is where
a work
the
of art.
neo-Calvinist tradition starts to come back and be more consonant with something like Eastern Orthodoxy, because Calvinists have their justified reputation as the whitewashers and the iconoclasts. But neo-Calvinism comes, and with Kuyper's famous, there is not one square inch over which Jesus does not say mine. There's a kind of broad application of cultural mandate that brings back in the necessity of engaging with art and culture, which is what's so attractive to many people in Schaeffer's writings. So it's kind of like undoing some of the excesses, let's say, of early Calvinist thought and reaction against sacred art.
Yeah. Like, and that's like the problem. Like I like Doug Wilson, but I feel like Doug Wilson as a person is probably actually very open-minded in how he would see the gospel working in different cultures and things like that. But the people that are listening to him all want to pattern everything after like Moscow, Idaho, which is like a super white northern community. And like I'm like that's honestly, because that's the thing, like I'm excited to see like when the African missionaries start coming to America and teaching us stuff about that they've learned through practicing Christianity in Africa, like that's exciting to me. I want to see what happens with that. And then I feel like the interaction between Christians and Jews should be mutually beneficial in a similar way.
So like how are you navigating those questions of the intersection between art, cultural engagement, religious faith, maintaining a distinct identity but engaging with a broader culture, in the way that you conceive of this vision for the, what would you call it? The trade school that is.
Yes, the name is Tectonic School. If you want, I can send you an invite to the Discord server. So because I actually have written a fairly long philosophical concept, to kind of base it on. But
I don't mean to put you on
the spot.
What?
I'm surprised you haven't seen it yet, CW.
Well,
I'm certainly aware of the project, but I have not had a chance
I haven't shared the link publicly anywhere yet, so I've just been sharing it with a few people as I'm getting ready for the big reveal. I'm almost done. I have like one more video to edit and a couple more things to write.
Don't be like Google, man. Make sure that the phone is there. If you're gonna give a demo on a phone, make sure the phone is on the stage, or else you could lose $100 billion in market value.
Yes, I'm trying to avoid mistakes like that. Yeah.
I'm not aware of what you're talking about, but I'm guessing it was in.
Oh man, it's so epic! Yeah, like in the big AI wars that are happening now. Microsoft unveiled its plans with OpenAI to enfold this kind of chatbot technology into Bing. And Google attempted to respond, but they were kind of on the back foot playing catch up. And the sort of consensus from market analysts seems to be that their own presentation on how they wanted to implement AI into Google search was so bad in comparison that it single-handedly caused them to lose $100 billion in market share just because of this one presentation. So Marco Rubio could feel a lot better about grabbing the water during his response to the State of the Union because it wasn't nearly as catastrophic. Those are a lot of obscure references.
Yeah, you spend a lot more time on stuff.
Jacob knows what I'm talking about. He's like, if you cut him, he bleeds Republican, I think.
Kind of, yeah.
You should know what I'm talking about.
No, because actually,
the
I
Watergate,
started
Marco Rubio and the Watergate. You don't remember that?
No, and I started my channel in an attempt to not pay a lot of attention to. Speaking of Noahides, not pay a lot of attention to politics, and it's been a great diversion. I have.
But Jacob, isn't that like you living in Israel? I mean, isn't it just a matter of time and you're just kidding yourself?
I would be living in Israel today if my parents would be willing to move.
See, I didn't know that. So it's just, yeah, go ahead.
I came to say hi to CW because I think you mentioned Vaporwave in a previous stream, and I just wanted to say I'm a big fan of the Vaporwave myself.
That's great. How did you get into Vaporwave?
I don't know. It's been a while.
Yeah, because how long has it been now? I think it's been like at least a decade, right? Because everybody was like, "Oh, that's a flash in the pan. There's no way it'll last." It sort of has the reputation for being the first musical genre conceived entirely on the internet. So it's like the music of the internet.
Yeah, the Macintosh video, the Macintosh album, right? But yeah, all it kind of disappeared, right? It's not really a thing anymore.
Well, Vaporwave is still very much a thing. In fact, many streaming services have Vaporwave channels. Like I use, it used to be called Slacker, but now it's called like Live by Live or something. And they have like, a dedicated Vaporwave playlist.
According to Wikipedia, Vaporwave is a microgenre of electronic music, visual art style, and internet meme that emerged in the early 2010s. It is defined partly by its slowed down, chopped, and screwed samples of smooth jazz, elevator, R&B, and lounge music from the 1980s and 1990s.
Yeah, so if anybody saw Burn Power's New Year's video where he solicited contributions for New Year's greetings and reflections, I submitted one and I kind of created my own MallSoft-like track to play over the background of my video.
I didn't see it. I forgot.
Right after Grim Grizz. So.
Hey, I was thinking that statement of faith thing could really, just use the Noahide laws as the basis, and you've pretty much got a pretty good catch-all, right?
Oh, I could if I wanted to write the documents for this organization, I have them all completely. I could have done something like Michael's reveal and created my organization and given all my things, and it would have been my organization then, but it would just be tiny and just for me. If my hope is that whatever gets crafted will be crafted in such a way that the Hebrew translation will speak to Judaism, while the English will speak to Christians in language that both can easily understand. And frankly, just the fact that it's being called so far Joyful Mother of Children Foundation, like Em Habanim Smecha, that already makes it far more Jewish than I ever anticipated it becoming.
Whenever I
didn't
hear
even
that,
know it had a name. I missed the early part of this conversation, so I feel like I'm way out of the loop of something.
I thought it was called Legal TITT.
I actually haven't watched Chad's
own
video yet.
organization.
You know what? We should play Chad's video. Why don't I play Chad's video?
I feel like the planning of
And then
his organization
and then
is much
you can
further
read
along.
my comment when you're done.
Friday morning nameless.
every time I hear Joyful Mother of Children, I think Holy Mother of God.
Well,
Hey, there you go. There you go.
I thought that that's in fact what would end up like happening. But
Was that the point? Yeah, I guess I just walked into that one, didn't I?
Greetings and welcome to the Friday Morning Nameless. I'm Chad the Alcoholic, and today we're going to be talking about the organization. We're very excited to reveal a new development in the corner. And before we get into the topic of the organization, I wanted to give you the Friday Morning Nameless perspective on the corner. What is it? Where did it come from? What is it doing? How does it work? So, what is the corner? The corner is an abstract think tank of sorts, an emergent fluid aggregation of interlocutors caught by lobster bait and directed by algorithms for the purposes of identifying and highlighting meaning, typically through the lens of crisis markers. There are many examples of this abound, namely the meaning crisis, the intimacy crisis, the seeing crisis, the crisis of faith, or the now solved crisis, the leadership crisis. All thanks due to our Father below. Well, how does it work? Well, historically, somebody becomes intrigued by something happening online. Then they commence to make video monologues commenting on said intriguing thing and uploaded to the mothership known as YouTube.
Hi, this is Paul.
So basically somebody watches something like, oh, that's cool. And then they're like, oh, I think I want to do a monologue and commentary on this. So then they do a commentary on it and then they upload it into the mothership YouTube. Only to have that process repeated and replicated.
Hi, this is Paul. Hi, this is Paul. Hi, this is Paul. Hi, my name is Paul.
There are variations of this, of course. Examples include Discord servers, Substack pages, podcasts, and in-person meetup groups. But the replication process is roughly the same, which brings me to the organization. My friends, I've commenced to start an organization. It's essentially a network hub that feeds the hungry and ambitious. I've affectionately named it the Legal TIT. The acronym TIT stands for Tender Institutional Treasure Trove. So, in full, the name of the organization will be the Legal Tender Institutional Treasure Trove. The legal tit will be unfurled so as to feed the needs of the poor and hungry of the corner. I hold this legal tit close to my breast, to my chest, and I am the head boob of this legal tit and will keep a sharp eye out for anyone looking to get fed, whether it be networking or funding for events ensuring our march towards the land of milk and honey to be a sumptuous and complete endeavor. And don't worry, if I can't help you, there are sure to be other organizations marching abreast, ensuring at least a couple of legal tits to feed us all. Thanks again for watching and have a great day.
He's got a picture of the Rebbe parade on his.
You got to read my comment.
Read your comment. Hold on, he had a picture of the Rebbe. Are you joking?
Look, no, go back. It's a famous like Protestant picture.
Oh,
the Rebbe
I
praying
see.
over. Yeah, but
Yeah. And Jordan Peterson, I mean, you gotta love that picture. Your comment. So there's Yosef's comment. I see you're trying to nip the organization in the bud. The Legal Tits needs another organization to support it to give it structure and shape. I suggest we start an organization called Beneficial Religious Activities, or BRA for short.
That's what I do it for. I do it for your laughter.
Do it for the lulz.
I love it.
So did Chad jump on here earlier?
I think Chad was on here earlier. Yeah, he was. Yeah.
How did that go?
It was
Did you guys
good.
clear up everything and he's happy and content now?
No.
No.
Look, the fact is, and I hope I was clear about this. Chad and Luke are willing to be vocal in expressing what a lot of people are wondering about and anxieties that they have, which is important, and I value them for that. Like yesterday, I made a joke about how if it was up to me, I would ban Luke from all these discussions. Well, it kind of is up to me. If I wanted to, I could ban Luke and Chad from all these discussions, and plenty of people would, right? But that's ridiculous, I think. This isn't about me. It's not about me. And like, a lot of people think it's about me. And it's like, if it was about me, guess what? I wouldn't have been looking for a Protestant pastor to be the executive director. And I wouldn't have been recruiting the people that I was recruiting to be board members. And I wouldn't be setting this up the way that I am trying to help get it set up. Like, I could have come up with a statement of faith all by myself. And like, it's kind of funny, when I first started talking about this, a lot of people were like, well, give a job description for the person you're looking for, or give, tell us what it's going to be like. And it's like, no, I can't do that, because it's not about, like, it's going to have to be negotiated. There's a process that our community is going to have to go through, in which we in which we come together and try to negotiate something that is acceptable to many, if not all of us, right? And look, ultimately, there's no way you're going to encapsulate this entire little corner. That just isn't going to happen. But hopefully it's going to be enough that enough of us will feel comfortable with it. A big part of it was for Catherine and Eamon to feel comfortable with it. And the fact that they're comfortable with it means a lot. And I've kind of outsourced my personal requirements to Catherine and Hezi, and I told Mo, look, whatever Catherine and Hezi agree to, I'll agree to. That like, the two of them, anything that those two people can agree to, I'm fine with. And I've really been trying to have more conversations behind the scenes than I've been having on here, right? In trying to help make this happen. But part of the problem is there's a lot of lurkers, and getting them, yes, trying to get you to participate has also been incredibly difficult to CW. You may have noticed.
You hiring like my good friend as your executive director has done wonders for sucking me into.
I didn't even know that. Like, and frankly, look, ultimately, this is hopefully a work of the joyful mother of children. Yes, dog can. I am really I am a fan of Dogcam, even though Paul thinks I'm silly for that. But there's like ultimately I do think if this is going to go anywhere, God's going to carry it. And like first I tried to get Eamon to be the executive director, and he ultimately said no. And then I tried to get Josiah to be executive director, and he couldn't do it. And Paul suggested Mo, and he's turned out to be everything I could possibly hope for. And like part of that is the fact that he has been very involved with you and Hank and Sam, and those are three people who are like who are OG members of this low corner. So it's great.
Yeah, I mean, he's not even like, he's maybe even not even a lurker, but he has been deeply involved in the physical instantiation of corner adjacent things in Chicago. So he's like maybe not even rise to the level of lurker online, but he was such a known quantity in the Chicago group adjacent to all this stuff that he was the MC, of course, as you know, of that conversation between Paul and Bethel.
Yeah. And look, ultimately part of what Luke doesn't like is this idea that suddenly we're going to have participation from people who don't have the time to personally be involved. And it's like, you don't get it, Luke. If there are lots and lots of people who are part of this community who want to support the types of things that we're involved with.
Did Luke say that? I think the only thing I've heard Luke say is more rooted in his deep-seated anarchism and anti-institutionalism.
Okay, so Luke says a lot of
things. Which is not in any way specific to this organization.
Luke says a lot of things that he is trying to express his anxieties, which it's not 100% true that what we say are the sources of our anxieties are actually the sources of our anxieties. This organization is hopefully going to allow participation by a lot of people who are way too busy to spend all the hours that all of us spend getting to know. And Mo is actually kind of an example of that, right? He's married, he has 3 kids, he's the pastor of a church, and he's highly supportive of the types of things that we do. And he seems like a great person to be involved in this corner of the internet. And the fact is, roping him in to put in all the work that he is a great benefit to us. But let's face it, like if we're going to actually make this be, as my goal is, I want our whatever we end up calling these conferences, and I really like consciousness and conscience. What is it? Yeah, consciousness and conscience. Like, I want it to become the next Comic-Con. And I think it can become the next Comic-Con.
Well, Grim is right. We're going to need trading cards if it's going to be the next Comic-Con.
Oh, I actually want to talk to you about my my Meaning the Gathering idea. So
me specifically?
Well, all of you guys. Hey, Chad. So I've been going to the estuary groups, and frankly, I think it's way too propositional. So what I've been doing is I'm building.
See, there's somewhere where you and Luke agree.
I'm building. So one of the ideas I actually had for the Minneapolis estuary was you guys could have a choir. You guys should consider a choir. I think you
I remember you saying.
Wait. Just wait. Here's the thing.
the thing about estuary is you could do whatever you want with it.
True. But you guys
Long
should
as it's
consider.
within the protocol.
Well, that's the thing. Like, I don't like the protocol. So what I am doing.
You don't like the protocol because you won't get upvoted.
What?
What?
Because I won't what?
Because there's probably the potential that you won't get voted.
I don't know. I think Jacob is a very effective demagogue.
Yeah,
if anybody's
no,
gonna
yeah.
hijack the democratic process, it's Jacob.
No, honestly, the thing is that the estuary protocol, I actually end up dominating it way too much.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah, like when Paul was there this past Tuesday, like me and this other Jew were like doing 90% of the talking, and it was kind of annoying.
Jacob, that's just because of the Christian need to defer to Jews. There's a kind of like deep psychological social etiquette.
Not everybody there was Christian. No, it was just Jews or Malvi. So this is my idea. I don't know if you know what a magic cube is, but a magic cube is a format which, like, you don't need to bring your own cards. There's a cube, and 6 to 8 people can play, and it takes about 4 hours, and it's pretty fun. It's kind of casual, you know, and I was thinking of making it 21 and over, and alcohol will be involved, and on like Wednesday or Thursday night, and just people getting together, playing Magic, maybe a little bit of drinking, a ton of pizza, and just some conversation. And I was going to call it Meaning the Gathering, and maybe put it on Meetup, maybe put it up on Eventbrite, and like $10 a person suggested donation for the pizza and the drinks, and I would provide the magic cube and probably have it in my apartment, and could have up to 9 people. 8 other people than me.
So apart from that, as a specific task directed at the demographic of the corner, do you have interest in seriously creating like a Magic the Gathering like game to explore, if you know,
no,
for lack of a better term, religious?
No.
Okay, so it would just be like a diversion for this.
It would be a way of us getting together.
Because it's an intriguing idea, like to
playing a game. Yeah, I guess. I mean, if somebody's really interested, they could make cards and stuff. But like, honestly, that's not the point. It's the point. The point is to get together with some other guys, and it's like playing poker, but different. You know, you sit there with the guys. You pray, have a couple of beers. Play some poker and shoot the shit.
Well, that's like you're going to play D&D with all those Father Stephen people, right?
Yeah, Father Stephen got me into the pastor's D&D group. So
that's like their version of Paintball for Jesus, I think.
Yeah, and look, it's and that's why like the whole estuary protocol is just so Protestant.
Seems like a non sequitur.
What do you mean? No, it
I
really
didn't follow your train there. So what is why the estuary protocol is so Protestant?
Because it's just like a Protestant church. Take everything out and just sit there and concentrate on words.
Oh yeah. I see what you're saying. The sort of navel gazing.
Yeah, I mean, like, why? The biggest thing with the estuary is why aren't we having it over dinner? Like, if we're going to have this discussion, why are we not having dinner at the same time?
Because not everybody has an Outback Steakhouse in their town, Jacob.
And Outback Steakhouse might be a little bit more expensive than everybody can afford every week. CW.
I'm just teasing.
No, but like some pizza, some beer, some cards. It's poker night with the guys.
Well, for you, I would try it. I historically detest
You there?
social
Yes.
games, but I would give it a go for you.
Well, if you're in Los Angeles and we're having one of these meeting the gathering meetings, you're welcome, and I'll spot you to $10 for the pizza and beer.
Well, we've actually talked about this in estuary meetings, like having them in over dinner parties and things like this. That's actually been talked about quite extensively, and
I think you should.
And that they're encouraged discussion of practice and community and things outside of the actual estuary meetings themselves. Those all of that has been discussed at length.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nobody started a choir yet.
Well, go ahead.
I love how Jacob is like, you guys should start a choir. I'm not going to start a choir, but you guys.
Well, okay, in Los Angeles,
that's
a
very
choir
characteristic. That's
with
very
my voice.
That's a very characteristic trait of people in the corner who have ideas. We're always like, well, except maybe Mike. Mike's like, I'll start a school, you sons of bitches. But all the rest of us are like, somebody should start a school. And that's just how we are.
It's like the evangelism explosion version of interpersonal relationships, you know, like I have a wonderful plan for your life.
I like the estuary protocol because I like the idea of especially with strangers, and maybe a lot of the people who might trip into those spaces are probably in many ways, not everybody, but a lot of them are probably lean more towards introverted. And so it's good it kind of promotes a participation that they might not otherwise have the guts to do. So it's
But that's
oriented.
if they even go to the meeting, Chad.
Yeah. And so when they're at the meeting, they're encouraged to participate.
Right. So
otherwise it would be kind of silly because you don't just sit there and it's not, and I also disagree with the Protestant notion of, go there and pay attention to the words. I mean, the Lutheran church that I attend is very liturgical. So there's that. And there's
my church has food at just about every single event, including our weekly Bible study. It's bi-weekly, but yeah, so.
But so for me, like I've been working on my magic cube, and I'm just.
Do you have a mock-up at hand that you could show us? Or?
Oh, a cube?
It's three. Well, I mean, like something like you're talking about in your office there. Or visual.
Oh, you mean that?
Well, I just mean the thing you're describing.
Oh, the cube. It's just like
I mean, I know what a cube is, but
you have to have 360 cards, and that'll allow 8 people to draft cards. So you have to build the cards together, and then everybody can play.
It's not like a literal cube.
No, well,
I completely misunderstood the entire description. I'm like
this is the cube.
I'm imagining a cube.
This is
like a tesseract
the cube.
Okay.
It's 360 magic cards.
Do you remember those origami things where you would pull the page and you'd be like, like this, and then you'd have to like you'd say number 4, and then you go 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you open, and they're like number 3, and then you 1, 2, 3, and then you open it up, and there's like a thing in there.
When I was a kid, there was some kind of fish restaurant that the placemat would fold into one of those.
Oh yeah.
It was the most
You could do that.
thing.
Somebody should start a estuary meeting where that is the actual way that you would initiate conversation.
Origami.
Yes.
It's more tactile.
Yeah. So you know, I don't think Jacob knows what I'm even referring to.
No, I know what you're referring to, but I think like if MTG is too niche for you, although like this is Los Angeles and I want to limit it to a small number anyway. So like 8 people, I think that's I actually think you need something that's a bit small. That's like just people getting together and just being there.
I feel like when I hear about Los Angeles and Los Angeles private meetings at houses, my mind just goes somewhere not good.
That there's no room for orgies here in my apartment.
See, you knew exactly what I was thinking. And therefore,
I think like under the bridge downtown.
same difference?
Well, you don't have to come, Chad. But I thought, like, because, and part of the thing, like, Van Donk kind of sort of wants me to start an estuary, and it's like, if I'm the leader, like, no, that's just not gonna work.
You could stand to use a nice humbling practice.
It wouldn't be a humbling practice. It would be me preaching.
No, that's the thing. You're not willing to submit to a suggestion of letting the group do what it does.
Yeah, I am, but ultimately the leader of the estuary is the leader. And
Yeah,
I
but they don't
shouldn't be
typically
the
talk.
leader. I don't want to be the leader. I tried recruiting leaders and I couldn't find people to do it.
I'm looking forward to going to this thing, man. It's gonna be cool in May.
Oh, the one in China?
Yeah. I have to bring my tent though. I was thinking about this after I decided to go to the campground and told Grim about it. Now I actually have to bring a tent and a sleeping bag and a
It
pillow.
might be cheaper to buy them here than bring them with you.
It might be.
Yeah,
It'd be cheaper to buy a tent in California with all the regulations, and I mean, isn't that like a trope? You know, these things only apply in California. Like, this will kill you, but only in California. For
Yeah. Can I even take a tent over state lines these days?
well, if
I thought you
do
needed
it-
10 to live in California.
Oh my God! There are so many RVs and tents all around here. Oh my God!
It's pretty intense.
Oh,
Ah.
whoa.
Nice. Can anyone offer a Noahide perspective on estuary?
I don't have much of a non-Noahide perspective on estuary, let alone a Noahide one.
So you haven't participated, you're saying?
No, I've sort of witnessed it third hand through the corner.
We could do one right now if you guys want to.
I mean, are we kind of already doing that? Is this just a virtual
Not
estuary,
really.
or is there so there's a structure to it?
Well, no, I mean, we
Following the
could.
protocol.
Yeah, we could do a protocol. We can make a run at it.
All right, let's
You
go.
want?
Let's do it. Let's do an impromptu estuary right now.
Okay, I'll do
Oh,
the leader since Jacob can't. So what we're gonna do is we'll the first round here. This is how we typically do this. There's gonna be 3 rounds. The first round we're gonna introduce ourselves since none of us have met before. The second round. So in that first round, we'll say like my name and what brought me here, and then the second round we'll say we'll kind of put on the table things that we've been paying attention to, whether it's reading books. So there's like 4 categories: intellectual, personal, intellectual, personal. I can't remember the other two.
No one was like estuarial.
Yeah, estuarial.
That's the fourth one, yeah.
Yep.
Estuarily.
Yeah, or contextually, right? Context. And then, so that's the second round. Then the third round, we'll say, yeah, I was really what CW was put on the table there. I found very interesting, and I also thought it would kind of like was what Mike was saying was interesting, and there was an interesting correlation there. And then the fourth round, we'd all basically, by that time, a topic would basically emerge out of that whole process. So the first round, hi, how's it going? My name's Chad. I got here through the Jordan Peterson PVK pipeline, and that's it. How about you go next, Noah Hyde-Man?
Okay, I'm Jonathan. I got here also through the PVK pipeline, and I'm in Michigan, not California. CW.
Yeah, I'm here in Minneapolis, just 5 short blocks from George Floyd Square. How I got here, I mean, this meeting specifically, I guess, is I've been sucked into corner activities through my friendship with Mo, who was recently recruited by Jacob to be the executive director of a shadowy cabal. But in the corner more broadly, I've been lurking for, I guess, at least a couple years, maybe 3, or I don't know. But I don't remember exactly how, but somehow I came across Paul on the internet. It wasn't through Jordan Peterson. I didn't have a Jordan Peterson phase like many people, but I saw this Dutch Reformed pastor engaging kind of all comers in an interesting way. And because of my own history with Dutch Reformed thought, I kind of started watching a little bit, and I saw Q&A, and that was actually my first introduction to Discord as a platform. And that's really when, you get sucked in once you're on the Discord. And, I met Jacob in Chicago, and I'm just along for the ride.
Excellent. Thanks, CW. How about you, Mike?
I'm Michael. I'm here to get famous on the internet.
Wonderful. Glad you made it. Jacob, how about you?
Hi, I'm Jacob. I'm from Los Angeles, and I got into the Jordan Peterson thing because I was trying to not lose my mind.
Excellent. All right. So this round will pick through one of 4 categories, like I said before, either intellectual, personal, contextual, or estuarily. Estuarily is a word that Van Donk made that basically that topic is pretty specific towards things like maybe if we want to have a barbecue next week, or maybe the coffee here sucks, or maybe we should start saving money as a group if we'd like to, whatever that is, yada, yada, yada. So why don't you go ahead and start? Was it Matt?
Jonathan.
Jonathan. Sorry, Jonathan.
Okay. Let's talk about, the second topic is what you've been reading?
Yeah,
right?
Intellectual. Maybe it could be videos. It could be podcasts.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I've been reading and watching a lot of videos about Judaism as part of my Noah Hyde journey. So that's definitely on the kind of the intellectual. I guess that's personal and intellectual. I've also been reading a series of books by a blogger who has this blog called Ribbon Farm, and he wrote these books about moving into consulting. So I work in the tech sector but I'm interested in consulting as well. So that's a non-spiritual pursuit, and yeah, I guess that's about
Excellent.
it.
So are we allowed to ask questions in this space? Like, so
No,
your friend wrote.
just keep going. Just keep going. Your turn, CW.
There's no crosstalk. Okay.
Well, there will be. It's just it will emerge best. So like the next round, you might be like, what Jonathan was talking about sounded really interesting. I'd like to maybe talk more about that. And then maybe he's like you're the only one who thought that. And so maybe after the meeting, you guys could talk about that personally more.
I will try to conform to the protocol. Yeah, I mean, I guess my whole life and still recently, I've been thinking about issues in religious epistemology, I guess particularly Revelation, because in my own reflection on my own Christian faith, possibly because of coming from a very conservative, even maybe you could say fundamentalist background, the notion of religious authority looms large over theology and any kind of approach to Christian thought, at least in the waters I've swam in. And so I've been thinking a lot about what is revelation, what constitutes revelation, how would you know those kinds of things. That's probably so broad, I don't need to get more specific, but that's something I've been thinking about.
Excellent. Thanks, CW. Mike?
Well, one way that I like to allow God to speak to me is through the random selection of books that I find at the Goodwill. So I got this book for $2 at the Goodwill. I don't know how to do this. By Rich Mullins, who was a Christian singer that my mom used to listen to when I was a kid. And it's very good. It's got a lot of like just short little essays. So I've been reading them and putting them on my YouTube channel.
Well, that's great. Excellent. Jacob?
I'm going to pass.
Okay. So
can he do that?
Is that allowed? Okay.
That's why
can,
I did it, so people would know you can pass.
Yep, you can pass. Yep. And, so if you wanted to, like you mentioned, I wanted to comment on what Jonathan said before. Like, there's no real rules, but just for the sake of what we're doing here, time-wise, because this thing could get drawn out, we're kind of just trying to make a quick model go on here. So
Paul Vanderclay is trying to moderate this from the chat.
He's doing
and
great.
That's not allowed, Paul.
Okay, so I'm going to retroactively pass. None of this is said.
Let's see.
Can we reverse like in Uno?
Yes, I'm about to slap down the skip card / Uno. Anyways, I don't. I've been paying attention to the internet as far.
Oh no. There we go.
You skipped out on us for a second.
Oh, that's weird. Let's see what else. So I've just been watching the whatever conversations pop up that are this corner adjacent, and I've been thinking about. Boy, I don't really even know right now. There's a lot. I've been reading the book Reformations, and what's really been striking to me, insanity that has happened in religion, and the insanity that people will put themselves through in cultures, and the lengths that they will go to destroy each other for whatever reason that is. And it's been quite eye-opening. The characters I've read about Luther and many of the other ones, it's interesting to read about them more up and close, because they're not just then characters in history. They start to look more like people, and it's like, and then I can actually see myself in some of these characters. And so that's what's been on my mind. And so there's that. And with that, I pass. So then now.
I think now we go around and say which.
Which one of the things that people mentioned they want to talk about.
Right. Did I cut out again?
Yep.
Yeah.
Weird. Oh yeah. So you'll upvote it, and then basically, it's nice to not vote for your own thing. If you really want to, go ahead. But
Doesn't the protocol explicitly forbid that? Actually.
No. It just encourages you to vote for something else. So I would say, go ahead, John.
I'll pass.
Okay.
Can you do that in the voting phase? You can pass.
Yeah.
I thought there's no rules. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, you can pass.
Well, so
you might even say, you can even say, can you come back to me and come back around?
Yeah, come back to me. I just don't have anything top of mind.
Okay.
Yeah, you'll be the
besides your Wi-Fi going out, which I don't think is a very interesting topic for everyone to talk about.
No, that's a good move to save your vote for the end when it can have the most oomph. I respect that Machiavellian movement. But so if I could do the kind of playing around with the things that were mentioned, and maybe cheat a little bit by drawing on the conversation from before we were formally in the estuary, where we were lingering in a cocktail party-like atmosphere. I remember Jacob had said something about identifying actually very much with Martin Luther. And what made me think of that actually was, Chad, when you brought up reading the Reformation's book and delving deeper into some of the biographies of these big historical personalities. So I'm interested in that aspect of your research and study into the Reformation, but then also how it relates to Jacob's identification in some way, not even just with the Reformation, because I've heard him say, I'm the most Protestant person, I'm very Protestant, but even with the personality of Martin Luther, I see a kind of intersection there that is intriguing. So that's what interested me.
Excellent. Thanks. Mike, go ahead.
I vote for what CW said.
Okay. Go ahead, Jacob.
Yeah, I mean, what CW said is actually, just this whole idea of biography and human, like the narrative of the human being, being really central to how we understand history and concepts and ourselves. That's really interesting.
Grim wants to join late. Is that even possible? It would be fun, but I don't know if that's possible.
Sure, he can join. Jonathan, would you like to take your turn back?
Well, first I'm reading John Van Donk's estuary guidelines here.
Read it out loud.
So technically, when you pass during the voting round, you are saying that nothing you heard resonated with you. Nothing is worth further exploration. Not really all that helpful to find a topic.
It's deeply insulting within the estuary protocol. That's like going on stage at the Oscars and slapping somebody in the face.
Yeah, he might be being facetious, but there may be some truth to it. Go ahead, John.
Yeah. Well, it's my first time here, so give me some newbie grace.
You're doing great.
I thought this was a grace-filled space.
It is.
I'm happy to give my proxy to CW's topic for sure. Let's go there.
The one now, are we? It's interesting because, like you all said, oh, I like what CW said, but then I was thinking about, was it what CW said about the book that I read and the relation to that and what Jacob was talking about, or was he talking about the? Are you guys interested in CW's interest in like his initial topic that he put on the table? Because I think all of it kind of is relating in some strange way. authoritarianism. Is that what you were basically talking about? Religious revelation and all that?
Yeah, it had to do with my Christian nationalist agenda.
Yeah, I mean, but it's all the.
That's a joke, by the way.
Yeah, right. So, but I agree. I think all these topics are kind of even like the. This is why I like you brought up Rich Mullins. I've been listening to Rich Mullins lately. Just stuff that he's talking about, and he reminds me of. He has a little bit of Lutheran, like Luther-ish.
Is
Protestant
that a biography,
pushback.
Michael, of Rich Mullins?
Oh.
We lost
Okay.
Michael.
Tapped out.
He's like, screw you guys. Anyways,
I was going to tie it together with the biography theme.
Well, I feel like that's getting real tortured. I think we need we're birthing this topic right now. We're in the pangs of labor.
we're synthesizing. So basically,
Yeah.
what this whole topic is that I notice is a lot of people with very good, strong opinions, but also like who are very passionate about their care for people, and they probably have neurotic tendencies and are really aiming to try to do well and do good in the world, and maybe they don't always do it the best.
See, I think somebody should add Grim because what Chad said just proves that it isn't too intellectual for him to keep up. And since
I
Michael
said,
dropped out,
let him
he
in.
could be the proxy. I don't know why he doesn't click on the link. I mean, it feels like it's his problem, not ours.
That's true. So then we would go around and then basically we start to talk. But I don't think that we're very invested in this. What do you guys think?
I like it. I think you're doing great.
John decided to get very involved again and say, I apologize if my comments seemed insulting. I assumed that your host had explained the purpose of the process to all newcomers. Welcome to any newbies. Good to see Chad run the show. And here is an anonymous LARPer.
Hey, welcome, Grizz. How are you doing? What do you think? What's on your mind? Help us synthesize.
I don't know anything about Luther, and everybody else who mentioned topics before CW, I didn't hear. So, except I know there's a Wi-Fi topic nobody wants to talk about. I don't know anything about that guy Luther except he called out what I learned from the Friday Morning Nameless videos about him. Really, that he was like, "Oh, you can pay to get back in God's good grace. That's not fair. I'm gonna nail something to a door." So that's, like I said, I feel this is too like it's for well-read people, not just people.
Whenever I imagine that scene, Grim, of the nailing of the 95 Theses, I think of the Sword and the Stone. Like it's always for some reason in the aesthetic of that Disney cartoon.
Okay, I have to correct you. He didn't actually nail it. Most likely he just pasted it.
Most likely.
Well, and then I'll have to correct you where he probably didn't do either. And so that again goes to CW's whole notion of the Sword and the Stone, which never actually happened. Unless you're that one saint that actually did pull a sword out of a stone.
I've never pulled a sword out of a stone.
So Grim, so you don't know very much about Luther, so I guess it's a weird question, but do you identify at all with what you have gleaned about Luther? Because I know Jacob identifies with Luther. It'd be interesting to hear. So maybe Jacob, you could start to say what character traits you, as a launching off point, see in Luther and yourself. And then maybe Grim can riff on that.
Well, I mean, it's Luther and Paul of Tarsus. I think both of us, all three of us, are just people who aren't actually holy people or in any way actually people who should be leaders who end up becoming leaders because the world is a fallen place where people don't actually follow the people they should. Instead they follow loud people who say provocative things.
Yeah. So, like, to address kind of the comment that Grizz made earlier, like about this might being too intellectual. For the people in the room who aren't really familiar with these religious terms and stuff like this, basically what happened to this guy Luther had the shit scared out of him when he was a kid or a young man. He thought he was gonna get hit by lightning, so he prayed to some saint and said, "I won't do it again." And then, if you save my life, and so he joined like what they call a monastery, and he probably should have never did that because he's probably just really neurotic, and so he probably joined a religious faith under some sort of fear and resentment, and he could never really get over it, and he ended up being kind of like a jackass for a really long time. And then somebody gave that jackass too much power and started and just like history happened, and I really identify with the guy.
Of my life. Yeah.
Right.
It's interesting how formative things like that are. Like, I mean, it's funny because I was going to say like little idiosyncratic things, but that's not really a little thing. But so I think of like Kierkegaard as the spiritual successor to Martin Luther. When you were telling the story about the lightning, it reminded me of Kierkegaard's father, who, like, the lore in the family was famously that he went, you know, there was this whole like aesthetic pastoral description of the setting, you know, it was like as if he went on top of this hill or something and cursed God because he was doing some sort of mundane activity. But he was such a deeply pious religious man that he never got over this one action he had made. He took it extremely seriously, and it became something seared into the consciousness even of all his children. And Kierkegaard inherited, I think, this sincere conviction that the tragedies that befell their family and even the nature of his own struggles in life were somehow deeply connected to this one incident in the life of his father where he cursed God and sort of turned that around on other people. Do you guys have any, either in your family or in your own lives, it doesn't have to be as dramatic as that, but something that sort of casts the die of the narrative of your life and contextualizes the way you understand everything that came after?
No, that's a horrible way of looking at life.
Thank you, Jacob. That's very constructive.
No, seriously, like this is
I'm not saying do you have
Ezekiel 18. This is like Ezekiel 18, like come to life in a person. Like, that's horrible.
Well, when I was about 3 years old, my mom and my father were separated, and my dad came to pick me up one morning for the weekend. And so my father knocks on the door, and my mom's boyfriend at the time was wearing like underwear, and answered the door with me so he answers the door, and my dad's standing there looking at this guy who has his son, and he's in his underwear, and my dad grabs me and he turns me around and he gets down on his knee real low by me, and he points up to that guy, my mom's boyfriend, and he says, "You see that man? That's a bad man." And he said it to him, right? And from that time on, for like the next, for the rest of my life, I would have this really bad relationship with this person who would eventually marry my mother and be this devastating wreck of a drunk. who ruined his own life. And I would have a lot of resentment and things like that. And I would carry this around, and that sort of thing would follow me around for the rest of my life in a lot of relationships. And I think that's kind of what
do you mean by that sort of thing?
Distrust. When I would because I remember really liking this guy up until that moment. And then so I started to fall into a pattern where I couldn't really trust people that I would like. And it's not like I couldn't help it. So I'd have to be diligent as time goes on to try to pay attention to am I living into a delusion, or is this person really not trustworthy? And so that's
So
just
was
something.
it something about how your dad was able to declare the bankruptcy of this individual, and then you saw it come true? So then did that somehow make you think like, well, what kind of a judge of character am I?
Well, he's my father. So I'm a 3-year-old, and he's my father, and I love my father. And so, yeah, when he says that's a bad man, well, that is now a bad man. Like, there's no.
I'm fascinated you even remember that with that much detail. I'm not sure I remember anything from.
Well, there's a lot that I remember. It's really weird. So, like, the point is, and that's another thing. If you're a parent, I'm not a parent yet, but I mean, I don't know if any of us on here are, but whoever might be listening, pay attention to what you're telling your kids, because you might not know how the things that you tell your children now may affect countless people that you'll never know in ways that are devastating. And so that's, I think, maybe, and that's another way of looking at this whole conversation that we're having now is we should pay attention to the words that we use and the things we say and how we treat people, because you just don't know how this ripple effect has an effect in the world.
Well, as a parent, Jonathan, how do you feel about that stern warning?
Yeah, being a parent is pretty sobering when you realize how much children are little sponges, and yeah, it definitely requires a shift of mindset and a degree of patience that sometimes feels heroic. Both in terms of dealing with your kids who try your patience, but also knowing that, yeah, you could slip up and lead to, 40 years from now, my kid might be on some live stream talking about what his dad said to him offhand, or something.
Hopefully it's going to be like a holographic metaverse.
Yeah, he'll be in the metaverse.
Because like, no.
Yeah. So, yeah, I was trying. I don't have any parental stories. My parents both were.
Do you have a deep wound, a comparably deep, if not wound?
I'll tell you what's difficult though. Like no wound. It's but I think if your parents. So one thing I don't think I've mentioned to anyone yet. So I was raised in a Reformed church household, but my father converted to Catholicism when I was 7, and
Sure,
I
that
don't
wasn't
think
disruptive at all, too.
well. My mom is very Calvinist. The arrangement was, it was kind of, because they didn't get married under those pretenses. It was kind of like his thing, and it was kind of a secret, or we still went to the Reformed church and everything, and
that's interesting. He's like a closet Catholic.
Yeah, kind of. Which that didn't bother me as much, but you could clearly, these sort of religious, inter-Christian denominational religious strife is a big deal. So it affected their relationship quite a bit. And despite Paul Vanderklay and the other types of Protestants in this little corner, West Michigan, historically, at least in the 80s when I was growing up, I mean, the Catholics and the Protestants didn't get along well. And so there was lots of nasty things said about each other. And ironically, that was my path into Catholicism later in life as a teenager, because I was just like, this smells like bullshit, and I want to see what the Catholics actually would say about themselves. And
I was just going to ask you if that personal history was part of what resonates as possibly a resolution for you in becoming a Noahide.
Well, yeah, maybe so. It's like I just like stepped way out of the frame. I don't know. No, I don't think so. I think I'm pretty independent.
When did you find out that your father had converted?
Well, I mean, it was. I've wondered that, because it was never like a sit down, kind of discussion. It was like I would stumble upon some kind of, biography of a saint or something on his bookshelf, and it's like, it was always kind of that like.
That's weird.
that Christianity that like was kind of magical and strange, right? That had like pictures and images and stuff, right? And so, I think as growing up, in my kind of Protestant, Calvinist, Reformed environment, my exposure to Catholicism, I mean, it almost was Mormonism, like that equivalent, I guess, if anybody could resonate with that, just that otherworldliness of it, right? And so, yeah, I think there was a curiosity there, but it also, and a lot of my neighbors were Catholic, but they were super nominal, right? So you would never really, there was not much like actual content to those.
And the secrecy of it kind of has an allure too, because it's like the verboten, the sort of forbidden fruit.
But it was just sort of like, it was just kind of like Dad went to his other church on Sunday, like, but he still went with us for at least for a while. So it was a complicated thing, but I don't think it had like a day-to-day effect, other than I think in retrospect, you could see how it caused a strain in the relationship, right? And so, no, my interest in Catholicism was kind of like independent of that. And then we sort of compared notes, and, obviously he was my sponsor entering the church. Fun fact though, he's since left the church and is now back in Calvinism. And because I don't have the same dog in the fight anymore, I think he probably got disillusioned with the current Catholic Church. And I mean, I don't want to speak for him, but I could imagine he was more traditional.
You guys must have really interesting holiday gatherings.
I mean, we come from kind of waspy-ish stock, so we don't talk about religion and politics. So I think, I don't know, we figured out a way to coexist.
So Grim, you seem like somebody who had a traumatic childhood.
Thanks.
It wasn't traumatic though, for what it's worth. I had a very happy childhood, and I have a good relationship.
By the way, I say it because I consider like large elements of my childhood traumatic. Like my father disappeared when I was very young. Well, I don't know. I guess I wasn't that young. I was like, and it's like, well, this is one of the interesting things too. Like, and maybe Jacob, with his psychology background, can tell me whether this is a symptom of trauma or something. Like the timeline for me is very sketchy. So, and that might just be my own sort of vague relationship to time. But even when I think back about, like, I had to think really hard to think about how old I was when my parents got divorced. And like when Chad was saying, oh, I had this memory from when I was 3 years old. Like, I don't think I remember much of anything before I was like 12. And it's not like I blacked it out or something, but I couldn't go, I can't go back and, re-enter those memories. It's like I know things that happened and stuff, but it's almost like I don't have access to that part of my childhood or something.
I have a few that really stick out from that time period. And some that are just they seem random. So it is weird.
So, I mean, having had actual trauma, I went through a war and things I won't describe it because they'll be traumatizing to people listening to them. I did a lot of therapy for post-traumatic stress. And what was it. I mean, it's a useful thing to understand about human memory is it's not very good. So we think oftentimes, especially about things that we think of as traumatic, we think we remember them very well. And the fact is, they are traumatic memories because they don't integrate well into our memory. So in fact, we tend to remember those things which are most traumatic the least well. And the way your memory works is that each time you bring up a memory, you change it a little bit before it goes back. So think of it kind of like Xerox copies, right? Every time you make a copy, the copy is a little bit less like the original.
It's almost like a recreation, and so there's going to be variations of things.
Yeah.
Well, that's the difficulty with resentment, is that you might not be living inside of an accurate memory of what a resentment that you have is.
And if it is truly a traumatic memory, you definitely are not remembering it. And so part of the process of therapy was simply allowing myself to revisit the memory in a safe environment with a therapist and think it through and understand that, and to integrate it into your thinking in a reasonable and rational way. And part of the reason kids have traumatic memories is they don't have very good support structures, and things don't make sense to them, and they don't feel comfortable talking about them and understanding them, and it just kind of snowballs in their psyche as something that they don't quite understand. And that's why talk therapy is actually so useful, is you bring the memory back up, you understand it better, it actually changes and becomes more tolerable. And this is part of the reason it's a really, really bad idea to use what people would call recovered memories, which is your ultimate understanding of what is lodged in your psyche as any sort of indication of what actually happened. Because by the time you go through therapy, that memory looks nothing like it's like trying to find a stab wound by looking at what's the scar after 20 years after a doctor rips it open and sews it back up again in order to fix whatever was beneath it. It's just,
that's all true, but then there's this other aspect of it, say, and I wouldn't say that the situation I had was super traumatic. It's just something that I remembered, and in the situation that I had, our relationship had been tarnished from there on. And so it wasn't so I guess what I'm getting at is even the traumas or whatever you might go through, they can still inform how you act in the world presently, even right from the go. So that's why it is so important. That's why I'm talking about Luther. I think, man, it's too bad. This guy probably should have never entered the monastery, because he was such a mess. I really felt for him. I was reading his story. I identified with him a lot. I thought, man, it's really sad what happened with this guy. And he just felt so tormented and hated by God. And he was looking at his story. It's wow, it's as if he was coerced. His arm was twisted into joining because of what was going on inside of him. And that was just so sad. And then that ends up playing out in the world in a way that's devastating to a lot of people. And then on top of it, you give a guy like that attention, and he doesn't know what to do with that sort of thing. Some people don't know what to. Some people don't know what to do with their newfound freedom
or
fame. That's kind of interesting, because maybe there's a sense in which Jacob has internalized elements of that Luther story, at least to the extent to which, he has arguably, whether it's good sense or not, he has the self-awareness to say, well, I can't run a nonprofit organization. I can't be at the head of this thing.
Well, this thing, but actually, I want to go back to what we were talking about with Romans 7, because we got way late. Like the last part of Romans 7, where Paul says, that which I would do, I do not do. And, that's some of the most beautiful writing in Paul. I wouldn't call it scripture, but it's like talking about the human condition, right? And that's what, like, I identify with that quite clearly. It's like, yeah, that's my condition. I am not like the Rebbe, who was like, he was just extraordinary. Like, you read biographies. I have a few biographies of his, which I haven't finished any of them, but like he was an extraordinary person his entire life. He was just, he was at 3, like he was a great kid, and like at every turn. And that's kind of my problem with not having saints, is we need to look up to saints, to people who actually have their life together, and there are such people. And just because my experience of me being who I am, like, doesn't negate that there are actually beautiful people who actually are not as broken as I am, and that's hopeful and good.
Yeah. I think the whole saints thing, people have their saints whether they like it or not, just like they have their villains. I mean, I think that and again, like reading this book, Reformations, it's like, it's almost like the arguments, the modern Protestant caricature, or like the caricature of the Protestant, or even some of the arguments that maybe uninformed Protestants have, they're just like straw man caricature versions of what happened then. And that was just, it's something that I've fallen into too, where like, say one of my heroes, right, says something that admonishes another person or an idea or something, I can latch onto that so quickly and adopt it as a point of view, even though I've had no experience with that. And I've had to wrestle with that pattern in my life, because it's just I'm susceptible to that sort of bullshit. And what I find is there's like this longing in me that wants to be like my hero, and I'll take the easiest path to do that. And so like for example, I've used this example a lot. There's some of my favorite AA speakers early on were these guys who were really rigid and by the book and stuff like this. And they would say things about certain pieces of recovery literature. And they would say, oh, that literature is bullshit. That's not real AA. And then I would go around and I would say those things, even though I never read those things. You see, and like what I found was it was separating me from me and my fellows. It was separating me from being able to have relationships with people. And my world became so small that like I felt like I was dying. So I'm just trying to illustrate, like, for me, you're always going to have your saints and your villains, but it's like, try to also have your own experiences, like this is why I think it's important to pay attention where you're standing now. And so yeah, anyways, Grim, what do you think, man?
I think that this was an estuary and people were supposed to go in order. And
No,
Chad
this is
and
open
Jacob
discussion
are,
at this point.
it's an open. I thought this
Eventually-
was different. That everybody
Yeah,
got a turn, and that there was a topic. And I don't know if the topic is Luther or Kierkegaard or childhood trauma, and I'm very confused. And I don't know
Okay,
what to
so
talk about.
I'll try to explain it quick. So you came in at like the round where the conversation starts to basically, what do they call that? Synthesize, and then and then at that point, you
What's the
kind of
topic,
want.
Dad?
I would say the topic is it's a personal topic. First of all, it's something to do with.
Like, didn't we vote on a topic, and that's the topic?
Well, the topics seem to be everybody seemed to be saying what CW was talking about as it relates to the Reformation's book and Luther and Jacob.
Not a topic. That's the problem. It didn't turn into
Well-
a topic. We should try
well,
this
it's-
round again. We should just take a mulligan on this last round and try to come up with a topic. And
That's
do it
how the
again.
topic seems to go. That's how they seem to emerge.
That's
They
how
don't
human
see-
conversations go. That's part of the why I.
But so
I don't like
after the
protocol.
voting, then only the people that like jump in or get highlighted by others get to talk.
No, you just hop in. You just start sharing.
This is my last estuary, guys.
This is what happened when Paul came to the estuary in Chino. Like the two Jews were just dominating the entire conversation, and like everybody else was quiet, and it was like,
Well, nobody wants to be accused of anti-Semitism, Jacob.
That's what I said earlier. But
Well,
I keep wanting to go all Charlie Rose on everybody and ask Grimm about the archetype of the anti-hero and how he sees himself fitting into that, because I've heard him say things like, "I'm a cautionary tale," whereas I see you, Grimm, as more of a, much more of a proactive, positive agent than that. So I'm curious how you see yourself and how it informs why you do what you do.
Well, when I thought there was a topic, I thought it was related to, like, you pulled out the Kierkegaard's dad's family curse and that, and when Chad was talking about like the door answering, and that his dad said that in front of the dude, and then that dude ended up being a raging alcoholic, like sure, it fucked up Chad when he said it, but like how much did it fuck up that dude,
right,
to have that evaluation at the doorstep? And then like personally, when you cued in, it reminded me of a time in like 11th grade in creative writing class. They made us do the two roads diverged in a yellow wood, and then we were supposed to write our own thing. And for me, that turned into like the power of writing things down can like warp your life forever, because like I was snarky in the thing I wrote, and it was about basically when I wrote it, the notion was instead of going down either path, I chilled with the tree. I sat and chilled with the tree and then had to run up the hill to catch up afterwards. And when I was
contrarian, even then.
When I was like 50, like I was, because I didn't see myself going to college at the time, and so those were it's like college or not college was the path. And I just sat down at the tree, and then it turned out that that's how my life played out. Really, I didn't do anything for decades, and so like the power of there's the utterance of a single phrase can rock the path of your entire life, and that was significant.
See, there is a theme. The power of human words.
Yeah, no, I relate to that because, yeah. See, I wonder about that, because I wonder if that's like, is that some of my deepest desires already within me, ready to be unleashed upon the world, or is that the words that are written down? Do you know what I'm saying? Like it's like, so I've talked about the Wall, Pink Floyd, The Wall before. I identified with the Wall when I was about 11 years old. Like, was the first time I started listening to Pink Floyd, and I like fell obsessively in love with Pink Floyd. I researched them like crazy, and it was like 12 years old when I watched The Wall, and something about it was striking, and I really identified with it. And there's an isolation in that record that would follow me for the rest of my my life. And I saw a little bit of myself in a lot of what happened in Pink's character. So I didn't write it down, but there was already these deep character things of my character inside of that whole record that even to this day are still there. So,
yeah, the power, the uncanny power of proclamation. Give and take life.
And for what it's worth, my thoughts on Luther were, which is based entirely on that video Chad made, were like, he was a little bit autistic. Like, it seemed as though he was like, do you guys not like as if like, because it was a letter penned to the Pope or whatever, from my understanding, and he was like, do you not see how these are bad? This doesn't work. How it's not in line with the gospel? And he's like, oh, this poor Pope guy, he's confused. He doesn't understand, you know, and like the innocent naivety of it all. But
yeah,
especially in hindsight. Especially in hindsight.
He's got a unified theory of everything to send to the physicist at the Vatican. You know, I mean, it seems pretty clear that Luther had scruples, and that's the technical term. And I think scruples affects, well, I guess it could affect everybody. I'm curious how it affects folks in the Jewish community, because, there's 613 mitzvot. So certainly you can't be doing it all perfectly all the time, but if you have that inclination, I can see how some people could probably really suffer.
And like, wasn't it his scruples?
You're on mute, Jacob.
If only there was a Jew here to
yeah.
If somebody's OCD, I mean, it becomes really clear when they can't eat anything because of kashrut or any of if you're OCD, it shows, but part of that is not being OCD. Like, this is the thing. Like, when I hear somebody talk about total depravity, I'm like, you're just projecting your own confession on everyone else. Like, yeah, some of us are lazy bums, but some of us aren't. And if your whole thing is, yeah, everybody's like that, it's like, no, it doesn't. Like, different people have different problems, and some people have fewer problems than other people. And it's better to have fewer problems than more problems. And it's better to be a better person than a worse person. And you just, okay. So I was talking to my nephew, and he's just turned 21, and he's trying to figure out what to do with his life. And somebody told him, you want to be in a place where you can be at the top of the hierarchy. And I told him, no, that's not what you want. You want to find your place in the hierarchy. You want to find where you are. Because if you're a butler for somebody who's doing great things, that's meaningful. If you're
were you projecting?
What do you mean?
I'm just wondering if that was a projection on your behalf to tell him that.
I was telling him my experience. What I find meaningful is not to be the what the Mishnah says. Mishnah says,
What-
be at the tail of a lion and not the head of a jackal. And I've done both. And being a tail of a lion is a lot more meaningful, at least to me, and I think to most people, than to be the head of a jackal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was just wondering because, like, we brought up projection. That's interesting because I think about projection. I wonder if projection is the outgrowth of our increasing kind of isolation, and perhaps that's a projection on my behalf of, you know. I don't know.
Well, I'm going to throw in on total depravity before we pass it. The beast is totally depraved, and we all are riding around in one. And like when I hear the phrase total depravity, I was like, well, hold my beer. Let me shit. What you think is total is barely. I mean, we can Gomorrah it up if you want, but that's the thing to me is like by default, if we don't, then what's inside us will lead us to the worst. But there are people that ride atop of that beast really well. And like Jacob said, some people don't have the same issues, but that's because they're in control of their own beast, in my opinion.
Yeah, when you talked with that Haley dude and you started talking about how at some point he's going to reach a status where people will throw things at him and he will have to decide what to do with that. That was a really great piece of conversation. And I'm not sure how often people consider the potential and not just the potential of what they're capable of, but like how much respect do people have for their potential for total depravity? And that's something to consider.
That's something that's revealed in them if they look closely at their projections, because that's something they're not going to be able to see about themselves, but they'll see it in other people. And so that's why they say whatever really bothers you about somebody else is something you probably have to work on yourself.
That's right. Yeah, I mean, again, we can take that right back to Luther and the Reformations and all of those people that were protesting or whatever, and they were all like a beast eating its own tail. I mean, unbelievable the things that people will do to each other. It's unbelievable sometimes.
Drowning the Anabaptists, like that always sticks out to me. Like, really, it's like the fact that these people decided to get baptized again is such a thing that you feel you need to drown them.
Well, but what did the Anabaptists do in return? I mean, like, that's what I'm saying. It's like, geez, guys.
So the problem. Wait. I'll let me lay this out for you. Like, as I understand it, most of these religions are supposed to be based on this guy named Jesus Christ, who said some really powerful things. And like in a Christian nation where there's nothing but Christianity, it's really hard to live up to that "thou shalt be persecuted in my name" thing, unless the Christians start persecuting the bejesus out of each other.
That's something.
I love you, Grim.
Well, Grim, this might be a little off topic, but I was wondering in relation to the comment about the Haley conversation that you had.
Harley Seelbinder podcast. You should check it out. It's good.
When as you grew up, were you kind of like did you get a lot of attention? Were you kind of would you say when you were a popular person in the sense of like a class clown, and the question is, how has it been for you to have the attention and care that people have given to you in the corner. What is that? Have you had to adjust to any of that? What's the journey been like for you?
That's a lot. My childhood or growing up was broken into different sections.
Mm-hmm.
Because like up until 9, I was in a living situation with no parents, but a large amount of extended family. And then I was at 9, I was taken to nowhere, like Hawaii, on an island somewhere with just my mother. And then when we landed here in Oklahoma is about the time I discovered that people liked Bart Simpson. And so that a good way to get by socially was to emulate that sort of attitude. And that shaped.
Eat my shorts? Or
Yeah, the Eat My Shorts guy. So that as far as getting the attention from the corner, it was weird. It wasn't weird until Paul loaned me the agency with like the way I saw things at the time was like I'm the troll they tolerate, and then maybe it might get to the point where like Pajot and stuff would be like, deal with that guy, because I was such a prodding, and the way he dealt with it was to give me positive attention instead, and I think that helped me rise to it. Whereas if they had spanked me, then I would have trolled harder. You know?
Yeah.
I don't know if that gets you a question, but there's some tidbits.
You're like Wolverine, who was invited to join the X-Men.
that is very apt.
I feel like there was a story about, I think it was either a rabbi or a guy who was talking to a rabbi who like encouraged him to write a book in response to some other problem he was having. I don't know if this is like a famous story or some one-off thing. But it reminded me of that, right? Like where you redirect energy into like call it a positive or constructive direction, or something where it's like you can use the special power for good or something. So you become like lawful chaotic or something.
Well, it's a common theme. The way I heard it that I really liked is one of my rabbis said, "What you don't kill your evil inclination. You put a saddle on it and ride it like a horse."
Kind of like Grimm's allusion to people learning to ride their beast.
Oh, and CW, you talked about your father, and for some reason, like that guy is always in my head as DB Cooper.
That's not too. See, I always thought of him as like the Great Gatsby.
No, I don't. Hey, Mike's back.
Yeah. And who ran
You're
a
putting my
foul-
guitar collection to a shame here, Michael.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh.
He
And
just,
then he
makes
just-
it worse. He just makes it worse.
Pretty much
one
all.
upped it.
Well, yeah, the acquisition of guitars slows down immensely once you get married, and stops when you have children. That's what I've noticed so far.
You can only play one at a time, too.
I feel like you dropped off for a bit, Michael. I don't know if there was a problem with your connection.
It was like
Yeah,
he went
well,
from his phone to his computer.
I had to drive home, so we're not supposed to chat while we're driving. That's irresponsible. So
Is that something new?
No, it's always irresponsible.
Well, it doesn't do, the StreamYard doesn't work when you're like going through places. I tried it doesn't work. So
Yeah, it doesn't work very well.
It offers us a nice opportunity at Symmetry. So you could kind of be there at the beginning and then kind of close us out at the end. And it's just falling to you now to make sense of this chaotic situation.
Wow. This stream's been going for almost 5 hours.
They usually do.
Well,
Yeah, Mike.
Are we aiming for 24? So I mean.
All right, Mike, or Saint Sartori, as I prefer.
Yeah.
Luther, or the way your childhood trauma and/or a single sentence can shape the rest of your life, or projection and total depravity, or all of those combined. What do you got?
Well, I would say that I mean,
before Mike says anything, can we get saving throws, please?
Sure. I forgot to roll those for the Raj discussion, which people are finding fascinating. If anybody wants to check it out. Also, there's an event coming up in May you can come camp with me for. There'll be no
I'll be
stage
there.
for that. Remember, everybody, you can choose survival, social, wisdom, or heart. And since you've taken damage from the rest of this, it's just for whatever Mike says. Choose. Survivalists, 8. Socialists, 18. Lovers of wisdom, 11. The number of transformation. Heart folks, 14. Pair of 7s. You'll be fine.
I'm dead.
All right, now Mike.
well, okay. So I think that because I have positive associations with Calvinism, the thing about like a phrase or a word or something having a profound impact, a permanent impact on your life is very salient to me. And it's like, so my wife and I, we had been friends for a long time, and we, like, she liked me like way long ago, and I was like, oh, I'm not really interested, so I don't want to lead you on. And there was this whole thing, and then
But she loves when you tell that story too.
she tells it in a really well.
That's such a classic story, though. The will they won't
No,
they.
she makes it this guy. It wouldn't give me the time of day, and I hated him, and blah blah blah. And then God had to change her heart or whatever. But I mean, I was, it's interesting because I think way back when I first started listening to this conversation, they were talking about Tim Keller. And I read this book by Tim Keller about idolatry. And I realized that I had made an idol out of marriage, relationships, in desiring it in a healthy Christian way, saving myself for marriage and purity and all these things. I had elevated my desire for that above my my desire just to follow God. And so after reading that book, I was really convicted, and I spent like a year basically every day praying, okay, God, if you want me to be single for the rest of my life and that's your will, then I believe that that is the best possible thing you could that would happen for my life. And so that's what I want. And I prayed this, not really believing it at first, and eventually over a long period of time, began to believe it and feel comfortable with it. And then shortly after that, God said, okay, you're ready to start dating now. And I was like, what?
Whoa. That moment, how did that message come through? You said you did tell us God said, and then what was that?
I mean, it was like, I guess in this process of saying like, me saying like, if you want me to be single, like God has said, that's not what I want for you. Like
was it a turn in your heart one day, or
I would say in a period of time. And then so I was like, okay. And then there was some girl at my church, and I was like, she was, I would say, a lot more put together than I was. It's out of my league. And I'm like, all right, I'm going to ask that girl out because, it's a low risk, high reward proposition or whatever. That didn't that was just like to get me warmed up or whatever. And then like I was talking to my sister-in-law one day. She's like, why don't you try asking out somebody that likes you? And I was like, what? Oh, I never thought about that. And so then I remembered my wife, because we worked together, and I was like, well, she liked me like back when. I'm like, wait a minute. And I'm like, this is like, no wait, if I asked her out, like it could actually go somewhere, and then I would have to be like in a relationship and like figure out a whole bunch of other stuff that I have no experience with whatsoever. And well, needless to say, that phrase had a very profound impact on the rest of my life since then. So, it's just
the "why don't you ask out somebody who likes you" phrase.
Yeah, because I mean, this was because in as I recognize it now, in making it this idolatrous sort of thing, I wanted a woman that would reflect on me of like, why is she with him? He must be special in some way. So
almost like an unattainable ideal.
Yes, yes. And then I even talked to the guys in the Christian college about this, and it's like, oh, it's like you get turned down. It's like, oh, that's because like God's got an even better one for you out there. And then I found out that what God wants is for you to be married to someone that causes you to become more Christ-like, and that's not that may be counterintuitive to what the flesh desires in some ways, but ultimately,
you mean like that part where Christ says, if you don't leave your parents and family and whatnot, you can't follow me? More Christ-like, or a different?
Well, it's not about how it makes. I mean, the thing that this is the thing I told my wife when she was more or less, before I asked her out on a date, and then before we had the real date, we kind of like took a walk, and she's like, why are you asking me out on a date? Like, we've been friends for a long time. What's the impetus behind this? And what I told her is that God was speaking to me that he put me here not to be served, but to serve. That's what Christ said. He came not to be served, but to serve. And I said and that she was the person that I wanted to serve, like, because she's a very admirable person. She has a lot of amazing qualities, and I was like, I didn't have a grand plan for my life, but I'm like, she's got to put together. I want to at least help her. Like, I can do something good for you. So, like, which was totally the opposite of what I had always thought previously. Whenever I was asking some girl out, that it was all about me, and like, look at who I could land or whatever. Trying to impress other people. Do you
see your relationship as having played out that way in terms of your, if not sacrificially, but serving her?
Yes. Well, that's so it's interesting. So, I would say I'm not I would want to be a little more egalitarian than my wife would. But I'd say I'm pretty much a soft complementarian. I do believe it's the role of the man to lead. And so the serving aspect for me is easy and natural, but having to step up into the role of leadership is more difficult. And because she's a very strong personality, I have to step up my game, which is why it's funny, because now whenever people have these like arguments about complementarianism and stuff, and I'm like, okay, that's fine and all, but if the women are outperforming you, that's on you to step up. Don't just be telling them to submit. You got to up your game. So, yeah.
Wonderful. So basically, this whole SQR meeting was about idols and idolatry. See, I told you it all fit together. I'm out of here. Thanks for talking, guys.
All right, that means it's over. Bye, everybody.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna probably end this in 5 more minutes or so.
So to those who are
Unless
watching-
actually Jonathan and Michael just got here, and Michael is you have you still have admin privileges, right?
Yes, I just tried that and it worked.
So Michael will keep this going when I leave in 5 minutes.
No, I'm going to be done at 3:00 too. So
I've got admin privileges.
So Jonathan will be keeping it going.
I'll keep it going for. I'm in for 30 minutes.
If I feel like I should say, like if anybody is watching this for the purpose of gleaning some insight into Estuary, it is intended to be done in person.
It is in fact intended to be done in person.
So this one, I would say this went remarkably well in spite of being online.
Well, also we all kind of know each other.
Yeah, that helped a little bit too. I don't think we all know each other. That's not really true at all.
What's the privileging of the in-person thing? Is that just some boomer ideas?
Well, yes and no. I mean, it's a boomer idea I tend to agree with, which is that when I mean it's just different. That's why I do my road trips. That's why I've like meeting up with CW was important. Like seeing someone, talking to someone, like making a personal connection with someone. It's not enough to do it online. Like video chat is much better than voice chat, and voice chat is much better than text chat. But like trying to reduce human communication to text and even voice is just it's reducing the dimensions in which you can get to know people.
yeah, that was when the COVID thing started. We started like a Bible study group or whatever that was a Zoom group, and it was like, so I had another one that was like a men's group that I'd already been going to in person for 2 years, and to transition to Zoom was like, not a big deal because everybody knew each other. But starting from scratch was like, ugh, it was painful and it was exhausting. Just like, yeah. So, but yeah, once you know the people, it's not so bad.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that. I think that something like a format, like we basically just had a meeting that had a format, right, an agenda, and those tend to work pretty well. But I take your point. Like you either, if you know the people, it's easier, especially if you've had time like in person and have built relationships in different contexts.
Yeah, I think for Estuary, the preference of in-person meeting is they generally assume that it's easier to get to know people in person for a variety of reasons. So it's like, assuming this is a bunch of strangers responding to a meetup ad or something. It's just, yeah, there's something about the showing up face to face makes it more real, I guess.
Richard, who's supposed to be studying, is here, and I am going to use my privileges and show you guys this clip I wanted to show.
So if you want more details about Jesus fulfilling the law and how it impacts Gentiles, a lot of that stuff's going to come later because his ministry was not to the Gentiles. And this is a point I want to bring up a few scriptures to make. This is huge. When I'm reading Jesus' teachings in Matthew 5, he is not talking to Gentiles. He's talking to Jews. It's not after the new covenant. It's before the new covenant. It sets the stage for the new covenant. Remember when Jesus said in Matthew 15:24, I was sent only to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. So that when he heals this non-Israeli woman's concern, then he does so, her daughter needs to get healed. He does so as an exception to the rule that he only goes to the Jews and not the Gentiles. Remember when he sent his disciples out, Matthew 10:5? He tells them, not Matthew 5, Matthew 10:5. I read this one earlier for you, but he tells them, go nowhere among the Gentiles and integrate.
So just so you know, like Jesus wasn't talking to Gentiles at all. And you guys should just ignore Jesus completely and only listen to Paul.
Paul Vanderklay?
Ask Mike Winger. He's the one who has 1 million subscribers.
What's his what's the gist of his background? Who is this guy?
Okay, he only has 500,000 subscribers. I'm sorry. He's a
youth pastor.
Yeah, but like he's a popular Los Angeles Protestant dispensationalist Protestant.
So what's his point in that video other than just to state I guess what sounds like the obvious, right? But like, what's the why behind the why there?
So okay,
or is that ironic in your mind?
It's not ironic. This is not what.
Yeah, go ahead.
He's not the only person to say this. I've heard Protestants say this type of stuff all the time when you bring up like Matthew talking about like keeping the law and the stuff that Jesus said is, yeah, Jesus wasn't talking like this was before the crucifixion and resurrection, and this is a lot more mainstream than I think a lot of people are willing to just recognize.
Yeah, I mean, it's always been there. So if you read Marsden, like he talks about the influence of kind of thought all the way back in the 19th century. So like it's always around. But Protestantism is Protestantism. You're gonna have all sorts of opinions in there. So my question would be, what percentage of the Protestants are dispensationalists?
Good question. You guys can debate it. I'm leaving to do stuff. Bye. Why'd he leave?
Because we're all leaving. Well, It was good to meet you.
Yeah, likewise.
I guess I'm going to end it then. Or Richard, are you going to stay on?
I'll stay on for a minute and see who.
Okay.
See who has.
All right. See you later.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, I don't have admin privileges anymore.
Richard, you studied philosophy?
Yes, philosophy and psychology.
Psychology too.
Yes.
Yeah. Are you planning on double majoring?
I am.
I too double majored with philosophy. I did English literature, and I don't talk about that very often. I usually just say I studied philosophy, but that's ambitious. What do you know? What philosophy you're going to focus on, if at all?
I wanted to do something because, like, basically, I think the paradigmatic conversation for what I want to try and do is, have you seen Peugeot and Vervaeke's videos on angels?
Yeah, I think I've seen one of them at least.
Yeah, so I'd like to try and defend that in the philosophical arena, linking up the idea of hyperobjects and dynamical systems and all of these things, and even Peterson's idea of perception as narrative. I think he can also view perception as mediated by some sort of spirit, or spirits, plural. I'm pretty sure you can make that philosophically defensible. And so I'd like to try and do that in the field.
Yeah, like that would eventually be your PhD dissertation.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Where would you?
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, where would you aim to go to graduate school? Are you thinking that far ahead?
I am trying to think that far ahead. I have a spreadsheet started, but I haven't put anything in it, and so I do need to do my research on professors and who would be most apt to supervise me like this. I'm still in my first year, so I have time, but I do need to get on it sooner than later.
So you are a mere freshman.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, and okay, yeah. So you're becoming famous in this little corner for not getting good grades, because Jacob keeps harping on you about that, and if you listen to enough of this stream. So I will tell you that real talk, like you have to get really good grades to get to the best grad schools, and if you want to be a professor, you have to.
I know. Yeah. So it was not in my plan at all to get 2C. Not in the plan at all. I thought, because look, high school was, high school wasn't easy, but
yeah,
I did high school well, and frankly, if I knew the grading system of my honors college a bit better, because they purposely try and keep you in the dark about the grading system mostly because they want the program to be focused on the program and not on the minutia of calculating your grades. But if I knew how that worked, I probably would have gotten always twice semester. And now that I know how it works, I will get always for the remainder of my time.
You've reverse engineered the system.
Yeah. I mean, my problem is just that I'm in the 17th percentile of conscientiousness.
Okay, yeah. Are you like very low on industriousness?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
I hear you. So how do you get yourself motivated to get it done?
Well, so right now, to get motivated, I wait until the last minute.
Yeah,
which is a bad way to do it.
Well, it's very common.
Yeah, I'm trying to work it out.
You need to create some artificial pressure that's not just Jacob yelling at you to get off the stream, because I know that's not going to work.
Well, yeah, it's not even the stream. I don't know. It's artificial pressure. I wonder how I could do that.
I got like B's and C's early on in my college days, and then that moved into A's when I discovered coffee, and when the coursework became more interesting, and I was able to actually use coursework from both disciplines, and so it kind of I got a 2-for-1 deal. I could apply stuff I was learning in literature to philosophy and back and forth, and so if you've got your psychology stuff going on too, that could be an interesting way of like making it more interesting, which is part of like, I mean, at least for me, like procrastination often comes from just finding the motivation, or at least the urgency. And sometimes like just waiting till the very end is like just produces the stress that forces the function. But once I developed a relationship with my professors, and I could start showing them early samples of my work too, that made grades a little more predictable, because if your paper wasn't quite ready, you had like time to get basically iterate on it before it was technically due for the grade. And so you basically had as many at-bats as you needed to get a better grade.
Yeah.
So,
Well,
but that means imposing an artificial deadline though to hand in your paper like 2 weeks in advance and talk to the professor about like, can you actually read this and give me feedback, so we can go towards getting a good mark.
Yeah. And I think that will definitely become necessary as I go on and as I get into my later years. But like, one of my problems is that like, so I'm in the honors college here.
Yeah.
And you're required to write a paper. Agree. And so like, I would have loved to do exactly what you described, but what I ended up doing was doing it in the last 2 days. I finished the paper at 6 in the morning. The day of, I suppose. It was due at 10 in the morning. And he said that he said that it was like one of the best papers of the class. And like, what that means is if I actually tried and scheduled my time, like how good would the paper be? Right? Like, so that's the thing. But then like the whatever motivational systems drive me, like they just feel affirmed from the fact that it's still pretty good even when they're operating suboptimally. And like what gets me more than like papers and stuff is just like basic everyday work. The basic of like finishing the book.
Yeah.
For example.
Yeah.
Because like I can go into the discussion and completely act like I read everything, and like I'm good at using the index of the book, and so like I can pretend like I knew what was on page 212.
Yeah.
Even though I didn't get to 212, and like all of these stupid things, and so I don't know. That's one hindrance, is that I do good enough with the suboptimal strategies that I feel justified to keep using it.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Totally. Yeah. I mean, it's like you can get the easy B, or you can work hard and get the A, and you're like, well, the B comes naturally, and that's better than average. So like that's good enough. And most of the time maybe it is, but then of course there's going to be things in your life that's not going to be good enough for the upper echelons of academia.
Exactly. Yeah. Not for grad school, right? And so,
not any program you probably want to be in.
Exactly. Yeah.
So.
Yeah. For sure. Yeah, I had to find a way to put my life together. So,
well, there's a lot of reading. I remember the first time Dostoevsky was assigned, and we had to read the Brothers Karamazov in like, I don't know, 2 weeks or something, right? That's, those Russian lit books get pretty thick, and thankfully, that's a good book, so it's, I wouldn't say it's light reading or a page turner, but it's a good one. But yeah, there's a lot to read, and if you don't read it, but you can hold your own in class discussions, like you can get away with that. But I think when it comes to the papers, it's a lot harder to come up with a good thesis and defend it if you don't have more of the works. How did you?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, you go.
No, I'm curious to hear your question.
Oh, I was just gonna ask you to tell me and remind the listeners here how you stumbled into this corner.
Yep. So let's see. I encountered Sam Harris first.
Mm-hmm. How?
Basically through YouTube. I was just like Graham talks about being raised on television. I was raised on YouTube.
Yeah.
I have all sorts of gaming channels and stuff like that. I was raised on. And once I hit high school, I started to get more reflective on my faith. There's Christian atheist thumbnails become more interesting to me, and so I started deconstructing my second year of high school, and I found Sam Harris's debates with Jordan Peterson.
Yeah.
And then through that, found his biblical lectures. And then I had a Bible history teacher at the time, who was a very short guy. He has a PhD in Old Testament history. And so I emailed him about the biblical series and was corresponding with him. And that guy, Clay Leibel, is a sizable figure in the CRC. And so he knew about what Paul Vanderklee was up to. This was in late 2019.
Mm-hmm.
And so he pointed me to Paul Vanderklee. And it took me a while to get to that school. It took me a while to understand what Paul was up to. So it wasn't until COVID that I sort of like cracked the puzzle of how to watch Paul, as it were. Because I had to, like, whenever he would mention like Tom Holland, I'd be like, what? Who is this? Spider-Man? Who is this? And so I just like, I would Google Paul Vanderklee, Tom Holland, and like Rabbit Show, Dennis That. And I would Google Paul Vanderklee, Dr. Jim, and Rabbit Show into that.
Yeah.
And so it was really COVID when I sat down and finished the biblical series. Really put hours into Paul, and then branched out into Peugeot and Pravetsky. And so
did you listen to the Meaning Crisis series that Ravicki did, the 50-part one? Have you made your way through that yet?
I got probably 18 or 19 episodes in. I was actually watching it with my dad for a bit, but yeah, it just didn't really hook me. I have to reflect on why further, but I think I was sufficiently deep into the Soul Corner already that a lot of it just didn't really feel necessary at that point.
Sure. Yeah.
I already picked up on what most of the Viveki terms meant just by listening to conversations where they were being used. And like I would go on Viviki's Q&As and ask him if I was confused on anything he was saying. So I just didn't really feel the need.
Did you grow up in a Reformed or in a Protestant church, Reformed church?
So my mom was baptized Catholic. My dad was sort of a nun. He's been a nun really throughout his life. But my parents put me in Christian school in the 4th grade, just because circumstances worked out that way. It was non-denominational Christian church, and then the high school I went to, Christian high school, was it's in London, London Christian High School. London is a Dutch transplant community, late 19th century, and so there's a CRC on every block, and still a decent percentage of the kids there come from CRC backgrounds, so I picked up a lot of Reformed influence going to that high school.
Yeah, and
But
now
just to clear that out, the church I was going to throughout high school was a non-denominational church in my neighborhood.
and now you are a pre-catechumen in the Orthodox Church.
Yes, I mean I'm inquiring because of the fees. My mom doesn't want me attending church things during the week
Because of the what?
Because of my grades, my C's.
Oh.
They're distractions.
Yeah. I see.
So I would be in catechesis, but I'm not.
And
then
and,
go ahead.
and Biola doesn't have do they have a statement of faith or a requirement of particular church attendance?
Not for students. Oh well, there isn't a requirement of church attendance, and they take whatever denomination in terms of the students. There are required chapel credits, so you get that in a little bit. Students are encouraged to go to church. They're not required to go to church. Although on the faculty side, there is a bit of a history between Biola and Orthodoxy that makes it somewhat weird to be in Orthodoxy, but not really that weird. So, yeah.
Were there other colleges that you looked at for undergrad, or?
Yeah. Let's see. So I had a short list. I was looking at I'd say Hillsdale was my number 2. Because I wasn't so when I visited, I wasn't as convinced of the narrative of ideological capture that surround it. I thought it was a pretty good liberal arts school. The Hillsdale was second, and then I guess the other big one was the University of Chicago. Although I mean, I would have liked going there. But basically, the Great Books curriculum at Biola sold me. And I wanted that training in the Western tradition. So I think Biola was the only serious choice I had. So, and my best friend from high school ended up choosing Biola as well. So that provided more incentive.
Well, is there anything else you want to talk about before we throw the switch?
Who are you?
Who am I?
Yeah.
I'm Yehonatan.
Okay.
No, I share a similar story as you. I got here through the YouTube algorithm, and sort of at the same time in a separate thread was studying Judaism, and so the more I heard about this Jacob guy, the more I was interested in hearing what he had to say, and so that's how I got connected. And then I started jumping on his chats. I'm on his Discord. I'm not very active on the Discord. I do these chattings every once in a while, but so I started paying attention to this cast of characters, and so have, I guess, injected myself in some way or another into this little corner. And yeah, I live in Michigan. I've got a jobby job and kids, and white picket fence, and so you're probably one of the younger ones, if not the youngest, in this little corner, huh?
Yeah, I think I'm the youngest. I know one other person. He's kind of dropped out because his wife got busy. I still keep in contact with him. His name was Colton Kirby. He had a channel for a while and was on Bridges of Venus. And we actually keep in contact quite frequently.
Yeah, we should call you Little Richard.
Yeah. Wait, so did I hear correctly that you're a Noahide, or was that another person?
Nope, that's me. I don't have a certificate or anything, but yeah, I guess I identify as a Noahide. Although, like, I don't know that I love. I mean, that's a term. It's a real thing, but it's also kind of a unaffiliated. I don't know. It's like the status of that is somewhat in question, but I guess I kind of arrived there through deconstructing my Christianity to the point where I kind of went all the way down to a I guess a de facto atheist position, although I never really held that very strongly. And then it kind of reemerged as I don't know, I kind of started from the bottom up and never left the Tanakh, the Old Testament phase. So I don't know. Yeah, that's I have been Catholic. I have inquired about Orthodoxy, not officially, but so I've done a lot of Christian laps and much more conversant and familiar with Christianity and Christian theology. So Judaism, Hebrew, all that kind of stuff is much more new to me, although I had a lot of exposure as a Christian, of course. And I grew up in the Reformed tradition, and there's a lot of Bible reading there and a lot of Bible literacy. And so I'm grateful for that, because even though I'm having to sort of unlearn things or come at it from a Jewish perspective, which is sometimes shockingly different than Christian perspectives, or at least Protestant perspectives. You know, I have a lot of the familiarity with at least the outline, the skeleton. So yeah, so I guess we joke about it a little bit because like I'm also, if you can look at it a certain way, I'm an Orthodox Jewish Gentile, because I believe in Judaism, but I'm not myself a Jew. But that's what the Noahide is. Although I guess I don't know. Like I don't know how much a Noahide has to actually like. You're sort of a Jew by virtue, or you believe in Judaism by virtue of doing what the Jews think that Gentiles should do, which is to follow the laws of Noah. But I'm but I'm a long ways off from getting my my Noahide rabbinical ordination. So we'll see.
It was so interesting finding Jacob because once I heard him talk for a while, it's like if I wanted to, I could deconstruct again, which is kind of annoying, honestly. It's like
yeah, it's
yeah. Go ahead.
It's exhausting to deconstruct and reconstruct, and eventually, you know, I think there's some wisdom in just settling down and just picking a thing and going with it. So I sometimes wonder about myself, like with feels like my churn in terms of propositional beliefs, but you know, because there's still a thread of spiritual development that still happens, right? So that part kind of persists even though you change your clothes, right? It's still the same body. But yeah, you were saying like about Jacob, like I'm pretty iconoclastic and pugnacious, low agreeableness, high openness, all my conscientiousness is like on the whatever side. I think it's the disgust side, not the industriousness side. So so I'm kind of drawn to the polemics, like, you know, I can dish it out and take it, you know, I'm not easily offended. So I thought, okay, these are kind of my people in some ways, like, but I also cringe a little bit when I hear some of the disputes because I can see both sides, and then I feel like we're talking past each other a lot. So, so we shall see. But do you have admin privileges here? If I shut this down, is this turning off for everybody? If I leave?
Yeah, because I don't have admin privileges here.
I think Jacob deputized me for like a day and just kept it on. So I suppose I will. I guess it's not technically the Sabbath yet in California, but I might have to be the Shabbos goy here and throw the switch and turn it off. It's nice to meet you. Talk.
Good to meet you, Jonathan.
All right. See you, everyone.
Goodbye, you too.